I think the other microphone is still on. There's some interference on this end. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. A warm welcome to Professor Pacifica, who is representing the CS and the government of Kenya here today. We also say a warm welcome to, we thank you all very much, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed.
It was in these very halls of Kenyatta International Convention Center, one of the continent's premier convening spaces, that the government of Kenya and the African Union Commission convened the inaugural Africa Climate Summit, championed by His Excellency President William Ruto, and chair of the Committee of African Heads of States and Government on Climate Change, CAHOS. The summit addressed our increased exposure to climate risk and its associated costs in Africa and globally. The summit presented a bold and ambitious vision for green growth in Africa, one which maximizes the potential of the continent's abundant human and natural resources. Specifically, the Nairobi Declaration that came out of the summit acknowledged the importance of supporting smallholder farmers, indigenous people, local communities in the green economic transition. The agriculture sector alone employs more than 40% of Kenya's population, 70% being in its rural areas. Across Africa, we count some 250 million smallholder farmers, so where better to start with the green growth agenda than with Africa. The agriculture sector alone employs more than 40% of Kenya's population, 70% being too often we hear the view areas that somehow there is a choice between investing in climate action on one hand smallholder farmers investing in economic development better and livelihood to start with the green growth agenda. This is a false choice. Agriculture investing in climate resilience is an investment in economic and social too often we hear the transforming Africa that somehow agriculture can transform between investing in climate action on one hand and investing in economic development. Ignore the fact that African agriculture remains vulnerable to climate investing in climate resilience, particularly the case for Kenya as a social resilience. The region transforming Africa's agriculture can transform the growth prospects of our country as a coast continent. But we can't ignore the fact that African agriculture remains vulnerable to food security and has been detrimental, particularly the livelihoods of hundreds of thousands of smallholder farmers. The region has experienced deep. To address this challenge, the Kenya government is on this as a course wide crop, leading widespread crop failures, investment in the agricultural sector, food security, and has been detrimental to the livelihoods of hundreds of thousands of smallholder farmers. Their food system. To address this challenge, the Kenya government, ladies and gentlemen, now more than ever before, farmers need accurate real-time information to help them plan their agricultural activities, hence the need for improved quality, ladies and gentlemen, climate information now more than ever before, and therefore we need to foster information to help them plan their agricultural activities, climate resilience, hence the need for improved quality and use of climate information services. And therefore we need to foster the adoption of agricultural practices that are climate resilient, making sure that women, our farmers, are at the forefront of indigenous knowledge. And I think it's at this point again that I say that to understand what is going to happen. For a long time, our farmers and changing weather patterns on indigenous knowledge and forced to study the environment to understand what is going to happen. Information systems, but because changing climate and changing weather patterns, the sole responsibility is to be forced to sharpen giving that information to the farmers without systems, because they'll now have the sole responsibility of their crops. So I think this is going to be very, very important. And we know it's been happening, so they can no longer rely on. I think this is going to be very, very important. So we know it's been happening. Things like so they can no longer rely on. Telling our colleague this morning that for droughts, my grandmother, and I was telling my maternal grandmother that grew millet. My grandmother used to visit her a lot. I saw her grow. My maternal grandmother grew millet. And I used to visit her a lot. I saw her grow cotton as a young girl. This ginnery, she grew cassava as a young girl. These things, she grew cassava. I don't see we ate all these things in today's world. I don't see this. My paternal grandfather had this dry meat. My paternal grandfather knew how to prepare it well. We didn't have a fridge. Knew how to prepare it well. We didn't have a fridge. They didn't have a fridge. But my parents, you know, these are things that I saw. These are things that I saw. I ate. But I cannot find. In my adult life. And one thing that I've seen my mother do, my mother still has the seeds, the sorghum that she got from her mother, who died at 2 years old. My mother right now is 80 years old. And I keep seeing her sowing, and I keep remembering, I need to take just a tin for myself. Yeah, because those seeds are resilient. I'm not saying that we should not have, but for this sorghum millet, those traditional seeds, I've seen them in action. She even had the maize, the one that used to be a bit big, the original one that you would replant, yeah? And I go home and I see this and I say, okay, do I need to keep this, or this has now been outdated? But she has her seeds. It's not in large quantity, but whenever she plants them, we are guaranteed of getting those seeds. She's guaranteed of keeping part of the harvest for the next season. Yeah, so there are things which I saw growing up as a child, visiting the rural areas, which I no longer see. And those people never lacked food. They just used to eating that type of food. So again, I think that this project is really coming through to make sure that you're introducing, especially on this side of the continent. I think in West Africa, some of these foods are still being used. But on this side of the continent, and particularly in Kenya, there's a high level dependency on maize, rice, which is not a bad thing, but you know, they also need to introduce, you know, some some of those old resilient breeds that can help communities adapt, and communities are more familiar with the storage. And you know, I've seen how this is stored, you know, just using, you know, ash from, yeah. So these are things that we know, but now we are here again with you know, all this. So I think that's one thing that I picked when I was being briefed there. So the project works the project works to deliver innovations led by CGR, the world's largest publicly funded research partnership, to farmers on massive scale through innovative public and private partnerships. The project partners have reached 7 million farmers across Africa since it started just 3 years ago. That's a lot. A testament to what can be achieved when we work collaboratively. The partnerships are delivering compelling impact in Senegal, Mali, Ghana, Ethiopia, Zambia, and yes, here too in Kenya. And during this public forum, you will be able to hear all about the impacts of, what do you call it? AICCRA partnerships in Kenya. Is that the right pronunciation? Yeah. How it has supported a powerful collaboration between the Kenya Meteorological Department, the Kenyan Agriculture and Livestock Research Organization, who under the joint Kenya Agriculture Observatory platform are reaching hundreds of thousands of farmers with improved targeted advisories. How it has expanded the use of high-yield drought tolerance and early maturing varieties of pearl millet, sorghum, green gram, pigeon peas in Kenya dryland areas, and how it is building capacities for participatory rangeland management, promoting good governance and enabling women participation in pastoral communities' efforts to sustainably manage rangelands. Today's event, therefore, also marks the launch of AICCRA's additional finance phase, thanks to the support of the World Bank's International Development Association. I see our colleague from the World Bank in the room. Thank you. The bank signaled their commitment to investing an additional $100 million to continue to scale the impact of the project. I'm glad that the first tranche of finance against that commitment has been approved by the bank's board. The bank is a steadfast ally to the ambitious agenda of countries like Kenya. The AICCRA project is evidence that AIDA works here in Africa and is working for millions of smallholder farmers. The Africa Climate Summit served as a platform to showcase progress, exchange perspectives, and begin to converge on common priorities for global discussions. I'm glad we are here at KICC more to highlight Kenya's progress towards the ambitions of the summit. My hope for the outcomes of this public forum is to showcase innovation and progress, to exchange ideas and perspective, and to forge new collaboration that raises our collective contribution. And on this note, I wish to take this opportunity to congratulate all the project participants for this progress that has been made. And I don't know if this is the point where now we officially declare the meeting open. Thank you.
Let's give Dr. Ogola another round of applause. Thank you so much, Dr. Ogola, for reading the CS's speech. When we were told that you would be coming in to represent the Honorable Minister, one of the things that I looked up was the fact that you have been in this renewable energy sector for such a long time. And you've put in the work for our nation with your work at Kenyan. And so we thank you for that, because those are some of the things that Kenya is able to lead the way in. The fact that we do have a grid that is more than 95% renewable energy, I think speaks volumes in terms of what the President spoke about when he was here in the same place as you mentioned during the Africa Climate Summit, that this is a continent that is able to lead the way when it comes to renewable energy, when it comes to even adaptation and mitigation to this crisis that we're currently facing. So thank you. Thank you for that service, and thank you also for sharing those words with us this morning. One of the things that I did pick up and you mentioned, which we're really looking forward to hearing from a bit more on the program, is what you touched on about indigenous knowledge and the fact that there can be, and I'm sure there will be, and we'll hear this a little bit more from our different participants, a merger of that indigenous knowledge and also this new technology and innovation that we have here. Within the food systems area, Kenya has committed to 5 nationally determined contributions. And the key of this is collaboration and partnership. But we're looking at innovation, we're looking at health and nutritious food, we're looking at climate resilience, and we're looking at inclusivity. So this is where our young people come in, our indigenous knowledge comes in, our persons living with disabilities come in, and making sure that we are resilient as a whole when it comes to that. Over right now, we're going to hear from Dr. Abdou Tenkouano, who is our convener, actually, as Director General of ICIPE. We were chatting this morning, and he told me that people call him Director General, but he often thinks of himself a little bit like the janitor, because he has to come in and clean up what needs to be done, and to also make sure that all of this research is getting things ready, getting things smooth, and making things work, and doing a lot of things that happen behind the scene. So you come into a place and it looks amazing, because we don't really think about the work that goes in to make a place run and function and be the way that it is. So asante sana, Bwana Director General, and karibu.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I have been given an assignment this morning to speak about scaling climate-smart innovation for farmers and the game-changing role of partnerships through AICCRA. Let me start by recognizing the representative of the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Dr. Pacifica Ogola. Thank you for your introductory remarks. Let me also recognize the representative of the World Bank, Dr. Kathy Freeman, and allow me to stand on all of the protocols at this stage. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, thank you for the invitation addressed to me to speak to you today. I want to use this opportunity to demonstrate the value of a compelling partnership that has been forged between Africa's regional organizations, the World Bank, the CGR research partnerships, and national agricultural research institutions. Working in unison, we have enhanced climate services for farmers and rolled out validated packages of technologies and practices for climate-smart agriculture. What was the catalyst that brought us together, one may ask? That catalyst is called Accelerating Impacts of CGR Climate Research for Africa, or AICCRA in short. And I will explain how, but before that, kindly allow me to take a step back before we go into a deep dive into the compelling stories of partnership that happen here in Kenya, which will be dealt with later in the program this morning. I want to take a step back and tell a story of how research for agricultural development in Africa is going through a period of transformative change, which has been initiated and spearheaded by our heads of states through the Maputo and Malabo processes, the adoption of a science agenda for Africa that facilitated cooperation across the continent through the Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa, called FARA, and affiliated sub-regional organizations and constituents thereof. These signaled the need for and prompted the transformation of the international research community, with implication cascading back to the national and even local levels. So it's a transformation that is occurring right now to make us collectively more intelligent, more efficient, and more to delivering the impact that is required to make our agriculture feed the people. For many years, I had the privilege of serving on the International Science Committee of AICCRA, and also as the Executive Director of the West and Central Africa Council for Agricultural Research and Development, known as CORAF. CORAF brought together the national agricultural research system of 23 countries, covering more than 40% of the African population, making it the largest sub-regional research organization on the African continent, working also very well with AICCRA for Eastern and Central Africa and CARDESA for Southern Africa. Over the years, CORAF has significantly improved agricultural production and productivity, increased incomes, and enriched the livelihoods of millions of farmers and entrepreneurs in West and Central Africa. Recently, I was honored to take on the leadership of the International Center of Insect Physiology and Ecology, known as ICIPE, and it is located right here in Nairobi, where I'm happy to find myself. This is where you will find the beautiful ICIPE campus in Kasarani, and of course you are welcome to visit. ICIPE's mission is to help alleviate poverty, ensure food security, and improve the overall health status of people of the tropics by developing and extending management tools and strategies for harmful and useful insects. Insects are not just harmful, we do have useful ones, while preserving the natural resource base through research and capacity building. In leading both these organizations and serving on the ISC of AICCRA, I have garnered first-hand insight into the challenges and opportunities that agricultural research institutes face. Decades of progress have been driven by partnerships, policy investment, and innovation. Innovation is nothing without partnerships. Partnerships are nothing if you do not have something to build it on. Extreme weather events such as those that are occurring right now in Kenya and neighboring countries, climate change, supply chain disruptions, outbreaks of pests and diseases, and modest adoption of technologies are all challenges that compound one another. The result is that food security on the continent is worsening. Some numbers: 282 million people, about 20% of the continental population, are undernourished. That is not acceptable. Around 30% of children are stunted because of malnutrition. That is not acceptable. More than 1 billion people are unable to afford a healthy diet. That is not acceptable. We must act urgently to address the twin food and climate crisis, and you will agree with me that failure is not an option, and time is not on our side. That is where the acceleration part in the AICCRA acronym comes in. Accelerating the rollout and scaling of what we already know to work well to bolster food security must be our priority and our collective responsibility. African institutions are establishing compelling agendas for action, claiming greater ownership and agency in setting the priorities for investment and projects that deliver a climate-smart future. Take, for example, the African Union Climate Change and Resilient Development Strategy and Action Plan. We've heard a few minutes ago about the nationally determined commitment of this country. But the support of institutions like the World Bank and research partnerships such as the CGR, which is the world's largest publicly funded partnership, has and can and must continue to play a critical role in meeting the challenges that we face. AICCRA was conceived as just such a project that would work hand in glove with African institutions to deliver on their ambitions. I, for one, was very thrilled that CORAF joined the AICCRA project as a key partner in West Africa. And in the years since, it is thrilling to see the AICCRA continue to go from strength to strength, and it is my hope that ICIPE, which I now lead, would soon also be a conspicuous contributor to the AICCRA agenda. We have already heard how the project has reached 7 million farmers. From its just released 2023 annual report, you can find out how 82 partner organizations increasingly access enhanced climate information services and validated climate-smart agriculture last year. How 20,000 stakeholders engage in capacity development activities such as training, learning workshops, study tours, and technical assistance. And beyond AICCRA, 6 focus countries of operations, 38 countries across sub-Saharan Africa also access technologies through AICCRA's activities to spillover impact beyond borders. My esteemed colleague and friend, Ana Maria, the program director of AICCRA, will share more examples of compelling impact, I am sure. CGR has delivered groundbreaking innovation for the last 5 decades, and this has often been done through partnerships. As a former employee of the CGR myself, I can testify to that, having worked with the International Crop Research Institute for the Semi-Arid Tropics and the International Institute for Tropical Agriculture. But we must do better in connecting the science of research of CGR with the agendas of African institutes like CORAF, ICIPE, and many other regional research bodies in Africa. We must activate unique science-driven partnerships that draw in the public and private sectors as well as civil society. We really need to connect the dots and link science, policy, and action. It is my belief that ICCRA's vision for scaling climate services and climate-smart agriculture must play a strategic role supporting and building the capacity of African centers of excellence for climate action and food security. Therefore, I am thrilled that the World Bank Group's International Development Association, alongside the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and OCP Africa, OCP stands for Office Chérifien des Phosphates of Morocco, will continue to invest in catalyzing major and positive transformation through ICCRA. In conclusion, with such backing, our joint effort can really make strides in addressing the root causes of persistent food insecurity in Africa, tackle deep structural challenges, and make us better prepared for food security crisis of the future. With this, I would like to thank you for your kind attention. Asanteni sana.
Thank you, Dr. Tenkouano. I was taking some notes, and there's some very exciting things and a few depressing things that you talked about, including the fact that 30% of our children, of the children on our continent are stunted. But that said, the main takeaway was really what you talked about, the fact that there is this acceleration, and I like how you phrased it, the acceleration of what works well. And how can we take what is working well, and how can we, pair that up in partnership and innovation, and be able to solve for some of these things that we are facing right now. We're going to hear from our ICCRA director, Dr. Ana Maria Loboguerrero. Did I say that right? Loboguerrero? Thank you. So we're going to hear from Dr. Ana Maria just shortly, and she'll tell us a little bit more about the program. But remember what I said about those little conversations? So Anna used to be a dancer, and she still enjoys dancing. So if you catch her on a good day, she might tell you where to go dancing in Nairobi. Thank you, Anna.
So thank you very much for that introduction. It wasn't accurate. I was never been a dancer. I wanted to be when I was little, and I love dancing, and I dance a lot. But pathways change, but the point was clear. Thank you very much for that. So it is very exciting to be here today. As Todd mentioned, this is a time to celebrate. And I want to celebrate with all of you. And today, I decide to tell a story. To tell you a story, and the way that I'm going to tell you this story is through 5 pictures. And why 5 pictures? Well, because 5 years ago, at the United Nations Climate Action Summit, the World Bank committed to accelerating the impacts of climate research for Africa. So 5, it's an important number for us. So specifically, World Bank committed to accelerate the impact of research and innovation led by CGIAR. CGIAR is the world's largest publicly funded research partnership for food security. It was this commitment that led this project that we present to you today, the ICCRA project. And Dr. Pacifica, Dr. Tenkouano, they have spoken a lot about ICCRA. I'm going to speak about ICCRA through these 5 pictures. So I am really overwhelmed with joy that today we celebrate the achievements of ICCRA so far, but at the same time that we launch its next phase, the next chapter in our journey together. So the pictures that I have selected are not by chance. They were very, very well thought. And they somehow summarize the way that I see ICCRA. And they're very evocative of the journey that many of us in this room and beyond, and I know that there are many people following us that I have selected are not by chance. They were very, very well thought. And they somehow summarize the way that I see such an amazing and they're very evocative of the journey. And I want to use the occasion to thank in this room every single member. And I know that there are many people following us online have been on this team together. I'm very proud because they have been forging these partnerships such an amazing across Africa. ICCRA, and I want to use the occasion to thank and Dr. every Tenkouano, single member of the ICCRA team partnerships for making this happen. Partnerships are at the heart team I'm very proud of because they have been forging these partnerships that across 7 million smallholder farmers across the continent they spoke about the importance of partnerships. Access innovations are at the heart of what ICCRA and does. Technologies that are helping them these partnerships to adapt 7 million smallholder farmers across the continent. And I repeat this to the team, 7 million. We should feel proud about that. Practices so think about the number that are helping them to adapt all the smallholder farmers, 7 million. And I repeat this to the across team, Africa, 7 million. 250 million small-scale farmers think about the number operate on plots the same number as than 1 hectare. Smallholder farmers in Kenya. My first image is of 250 million small-scale farmers operate on plots smaller than 1 hectare. Because I have learned so much from you. My first image journey is of and you will be able to hear from Phoebe Mwangangi in just a moment. Because I have learned so much from you very much throughout this journey. And you will be able to hear from smallholder farmers like Phoebe play a crucial role in just a moment in the food systems of Africa. They produce smallholder farmers like Phoebe of the total food supply in the food systems of Africa. So they produce 70% of the total food supply for the continent. But with the population of the African continent projected to reach 2.5 billion but with the population of the African continent projected to reach need to enhance the capacity by 2050 like Phoebe there is a pressing need to enhance the capacity of that meets like this growing demand to produce nutritious food. At the same time, the threat of climate change undermines the resilience of African agricultural production. The resilience of African agricultural production. Africa's broader socioeconomic development for that Africa's broader socioeconomic development to climate agriculture adapts to climate change. So this is a strategic priority for African governments, for African governments, organizations, regional and the African Union. And we have heard these many of these events 1 year ago in the African Climate Summit. Science and innovation in agriculture must be brought to the forefront of Africa's development agenda as a public good. We believe in ICCRA that digital technologies play a crucial role in addressing the limitations of extension services in Africa and meet the evolving needs of farmers. So my second image is of just such technology being now used more thanks to the innovative private collaboration forged by ICCRA partners. Just to give you an example, in Mali, the rice advice has become a game-changing digital tool that is significantly improving yields, incomes, and the resilience of rice farmers in that country. And we feel very proud of that. They offer valuable solutions to enhance productivity, to monitor climate in real time, and they enable proactive measures against a changing climate. So digital tools are key in this journey. We know which climate-smart innovations work for small-scale farmers. And we know thanks to more than 5 decades of science and innovation led by CGIAR and their partners. But we need to do more to connect the dots, science, policy, and action, as Dr. Tenkouano mentioned. We need to move faster in getting innovations out of labs and into fields in the hands of farmers like Phoebe. At the same time, too little has been achieved in realizing the full potential of Africa's agricultural research systems. At the UN COP28 Climate Summit last year, we convened regional organizations to explore a new approach to collaboration between Africa's institutions and CGIAR for climate action in agriculture. Our good friend Cliff from the Center for Coordination of Agricultural Research and Development for Southern Africa, said it best when he described the ICCRA project a model of excellence for scaling climate-smart agriculture and climate information services. This, he argues, is precisely because of partners-led approach to collaboration with national and continental organizations who focus on science and policy for agriculture. These organizations need the capacity and the human capital to deliver on their ambitions. With the World Bank support, we are investing in that human capital. This is very important for this agenda. And because we want our impact to be felt far beyond this project, we are also investing in the next generation, the youth. We have launched for climate risk management in numerous extension colleges and universities across Africa. We are training the next generation of Africa's forecasters. And in my third picture, you can see Zambian students trained through ICCRA in the skills needed to succeed in climate-smart agribusinesses. One of the critical ingredients to the success of ICCRA partnerships is collaboration between the public and the private sector. But these partnerships are for nothing if they are not inclusive of all, no matter age or gender. So my fourth picture represents an alignment to key priorities. Engaging the private sector while putting at the heart of this transformation. Here you see the winners of the ICCRA Gender Accelerator Challenge in Senegal for small and medium-sized enterprises. Tailor support the key skills needed to scale innovative agriculture startups enable these women entrepreneurs to secure investments into their ideas. Yesterday, I had the joy of visiting some of our projects in the Makueni County here in Kenya. I was so pleased to visit Phoebe's farm to see how she is using drought tolerant and other compelling innovations that she will be speaking about. Since AICCRA project began, we've been welcomed so warmly by the communities who lead our projects. And I want to emphasize the communities are the ones that lead this action. And also we have visited these partners who really deliver on our collective vision. my final picture reminds me of why we do this. We work for farmers and with farmers. Always. That's why this project is so important. So thank you for coming today. And a very big thank you to the World Bank for continuing to support our vision. Thank you very much, Katie. With your commitment to invest 100 million in ICCRA, we can continue to forge partnerships that are working really well and that are able to deliver climate-smart agriculture on the scale that meets the climate challenge in Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Anna Maria. I like what you mentioned about the connection between private sector, because that's really what help with this scale, and that innovation doesn't remain in the lab, but ends up being a lived experience. So we won't talk too much before we hear from Phoebe, because I too I was telling her that I was reading up online. Phoebe's famous. If you don't know, we're going to be hearing from someone quite famous very shortly. And thank you for what you talked about in terms of how we look to scale, and really using technology in ways that are practical. Because very often we have all these different agri-tech apps that come up. But to what extent are those being affected when as we say in Kenya, vitu kwa ground, right? How is it really when it comes to so we'll go right into hearing from Phoebe Mwangangi, who is a smallholder. But more than that, she considers herself and she is a community leader, and she is giving of herself and her nation in every single thing that she does. We were talking at breakfast. It gives her great joy to know that she is doing something to uplift her community. Karibu Phoebe.
All protocols observed. Thank you for having me in this forum today. My name is Phoebe Mwangangi from Makueni County. I'm a smallholder farmer. Something I did not is that I thought I would be a nurse when I was growing up. Later it changed that I was to be a teacher. It never worked. And then I found myself teaching farmers. So I'm still a teacher. Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you. My journey in farming started long because I was born in a farming family, and I've been doing farming ever since. And when I had my own farm, I continued farming despite all those wishes we had, being a teacher and all the rest. But now I'm a farmer doing farming in Makueni County and Nassau area. I'm doing drought tolerant crops, palm millet, sorghum, green grams, cowpea, and even pigeon pea. I thank ICCRA for working with me in this my endeavor of producing these drought-tolerant crops. It started sometime back as I was doing the normal farming we have been doing. It is rain-fed, and then the climate change came in, and we started experiencing the impact some 5 years ago in my area. And so since I was just getting extension officers in our area, teach us about agriculture practices. We were discussing with them about the reducing yields, how our crops are being affected, failure of livestock. Later, we formed what we call the farmer
groups.
We started discussing what can we do to elevate the situation. The extension officer was talking about conservation agriculture, how we can do terracing, how we can do crop cover. And then it was not getting in properly. And some 2.5 years ago, ICICRA came around, and among the group I was selected to be a lead farmer within the group, so that I can host the demo plots and help the other farmers to learn. So we started learning. ICICRA came in. Now we are moving a step further. We started doing drought crops, using climate smart agriculture innovations. And I'm glad to say that I've become an advocate for this. I'm advocating for climate smart agriculture innovations, as well as the information to my community. We have been practicing deep tillage, which we have been trying in our field, and it has worked. We are doing reaping. Minimum soil disturbance. We are also doing mulching, basins, growing these drought crops, and they are working well. When climate change struck us. The yield in one acre where we have planted green would get 90 kilogram. But now with the regenerative agriculture we are practicing right now, this one acre of land is giving us 90 kilogram, and that is an increase. The community is becoming food secure as we continue practicing this innovation. Thank you for coming in to our rescue. These innovations have really benefited my community, and I've also benefited personally. Surely my excitement achievement is how my community is up the innovations. It doesn't matter how many times I'll stand in front of people and talk about the innovations. When my community updates them, that gives me more. I'm more excited about the innovations, and I'm happy about it. So I also continue teaching them. We have formed what we call farmer groups in my community, in the surrounding areas. I'm working with 5 community farmer groups. These farmer groups they come together discuss farming innovations, farming information, and how we can practice. We have weekly meetings, and also meetings when we have information coming up. We come together and talk about. We meet in the groups as a group. We also meet together in my farm. I have offered. And I call it a farmer school. We have it. They come. We demonstrate technologies, and they carry them to their farms. Thanks to ICCRA. Because when we are having these farmers, if I may call them that way, ICCRA comes in with some certified seeds. Because we are emphasizing on certified. These farmers, when they plant certified seeds, they get good yield. At the same time, we have started introducing enticing the farmers to use the crop we are growing. I've had a statement from one of the speakers saying we are growing palm millet, sorghum, and most of us are not using it. Now we have recipes how to use and they are taking it. Yesterday had the opportunity to showcase a few of them, but we are working on them. We'll show it, we'll use it, and make sure that our next generation, they will embrace the drought-tolerant crops we are growing, because they are good and they are valuable. They are not going for them elsewhere. I usually make a joke with my community. I tell them, we are not rice-growing community, but we eat rice. So let's do green grams for that rice-eating community. So we exchange the rice with the green grams, and we'll be doing well. So that's exactly what is motivating us. These farmer groups are helping, and also we are in, when we are doing these farmer groups, we also involve our local leadership. In Kenya, we have the local administration, the chiefs and the sub-chiefs. They hold what we call barazas, meetings. There I go free of charge. I don't have to get a permit. I don't have to pay for it. And I ask for a chance. Can I comment something about climate change, agriculture? Then they give me 5-10 minutes. I say 1, 2, 3, and the community goes home with a point. That's how we are reaching the other farmers, and that's how we are taking the message deeper into the community. And now, as I end my speech, I would wish my imagination for the future of my community is that a community will be food secure using drought-tolerant crops. Thanks, ICCRA. Come in and let's teach them on how to utilize, to consume these foods we are planting. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Phoebe. We can hear the excitement about what you're doing, and I think that's also very nice how you are present in these different barazas and you give your point, because that's how people learn. And I'm sure after they hear you, they get intrigued, and I can't imagine how many people want to see you afterwards so that you can tell them a little bit more about what you have been doing. And thank you so, so much for that. And it's great to hear from those who are actually doing. It's not in the lab, it's not in research, it's not on paper, it's actually happening. And that story that you told us about the quadrupling of the yield, that is extremely encouraging. I'd like to, and we're going to hear from you again, so it's not over yet, and we look forward to having you on our panel after the break. Sometime before lunch, we get to hear a little bit more from you once again. I'd like to invite Katie Kennedy Freeman from the World Bank, and she will be coming to tell us a little bit more about this second phase of ICCRA. Katie is an avid rower. So she's one of those people who can row a boat as a sport, not for using when we flooded in Nairobi, but for a sport. And she started doing that when she was in high school. She went on to do it competitively in university, and she liked it so much, she continued to train her rowing team after she graduated. Karibu sana, Katie. We could have used those skills a few weeks ago, but thank God it's receded.
Thank you so much. Those were some beautiful words, and I am honored to be able to follow them. Thanks for allowing me to give some closing remarks during this opening session today. As the other speaker said, all protocols observed. As you all know in this room, we are not on track to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. This is something that we think a lot about at the World Bank. And SDG 2 in particular, the Zero Hunger SDG, we are far away from achieving this, and even farther than we were in 2015. Progress here is actually moving backwards. Hunger has increased substantially. Current estimates show that food insecurity is affecting 24% of the African population right now. The World Bank is addressing fragility and food insecurity through investments in both short-term response and medium to long-term food systems resilience with things like drought-resistant crops that you just heard about. In May of 2022, the World Bank committed to making $30 billion available over 15 months to tackle the food insecurity crisis and assist the food system transformation in our client countries. And we have surpassed that goal. The bank has scaled up its food and nutrition security response, now making $45 billion available through a combination of $22 billion to new lending and $23 billion from existing portfolio. The World Bank's new vision, our new and revised vision, is to eliminate extreme poverty on a livable planet. We heard about the drought, we heard about the floods that have happened in Kenya, and we need to think about what it means to live on a livable planet. For agriculture in particular, this means making food production more sustainable and resilient, and in particular, adapting to climate change for continued production in the future, things like drought-tolerant crops. How do we achieve this? There are a number of pathways that we are pursuing, but one of them in particular that we're discussing today is increasing finance to the research and development system, particularly in Africa. At the 8th Ordinary Session of the Assembly of the African Union in 2006, member countries committed to allocating 1% of their GDP to R&D. That's already far lower than many developed countries. But by 2022, only 4 African countries had met that low target. And the number of researchers in Africa is low compared to points globally. Between 2010 and 2019, there were 7 researchers per 100,000 people in Africa, while Brazil during the same time had 30 researchers per 100,000 people. But we know that the returns to R&D are substantial. And we know it's substantial in the CGIAR and the NARS, the National Agricultural Research Systems in particular. We've seen through a meta-analysis that was done on CGIAR partners that a cost-benefit ratio of approximately 10-to-1 exists for investments in CGIAR and NARS research. This indicates that on average, every dollar invested today yields a future return equivalent to $10 in present value. We know the value of the CGIAR and NARS systems research, but many of the technologies developed by these systems are sitting on the shelves, and they are not in the hands of decision makers, policy makers, or farmers. We talk about the ICCRA program really as this missing middle. It's helping to bridge the gap between CGIAR and NARS research and the World Bank programs that are investing billions of dollars in food security in Africa, as I mentioned. The ICCRA program is helping to deliver climate-smart agricultural technologies directly into the hands of farmers. And they're helping farmers to organize, to train, and help other farmers to propagate technologies. ICCRA in many ways is a proof of concept. It's the first time that the World Bank has ever used regional IDA or International Development Association resources to directly support the CGIAR to deliver climate-smart agricultural technologies. This program is really a blueprint for identifying, scaling pathways to deliver adapted science directly into the hands of policymakers, decision makers, and farmers. Yesterday, we traveled, as Ana Maria mentioned, to Makueni County and met a group of farmers supported by the ICCRA program. We got to see, actually, the beautiful farms of Esther Makutu and, of course, Phoebe, who you just heard from. The Makueni County has an impressive delivery model. It was not only the technologies we saw, but also how the lead farmer transferred to other farmers were propagating these technologies across the county. Following our tour of Phoebe's farm, we spoke to other farmers from across the county. Farmers asked us to help scale the technologies and the practices that Phoebe is practicing on her farm to many other farms across the county. ICCRA is helping to identify these no-regret options, these ones that we know are ripe for scale. And farmers who have seen yields from these options are requesting these technologies at their farms. The World Bank, in support of governments across Africa, has a huge agenda to reduce food insecurity across the continent and make African farmers more resilient to the impacts of climate change. This agenda is not just through our commitment to ICCRA, but instead using ICCRA, ICCRA's model, ICCRA's technology, ICCRA's partnerships, and the power of CGIAR research to support and inform the governments that we work with across the continent and the other IDA programs that we support in many countries in Africa. The additional financing that we mentioned today will scale all of this up over the course of 2 years. A quote that encapsulates the vision of CGIAR work through the ICCRA program, I think, is from the Nobel laureate Arthur Lewis in his 1979 Nobel Banquet Address. He said, "We cannot in the third world simply borrow or buy science from those ahead of us. Pure science we can take as it comes, but much of applied science we have to make for ourselves." At the World Bank, we are thrilled to support the ICCRA program and its many partners in this very pursuit. And with that, I am pleased to officially launch the additional financing phase of ICCRA. And now you'll hear the voices of just some of the farmers who have accessed innovations being scaled by ICCRA partners. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Katie. Let's give her another round of applause. I'm the one who's standing between you and a video that we're going to watch. So if we're ready, you guys let me know. And while we get that up there, I think that let's take up that particular challenge, right? Which is to design to scale. And it's really encouraging to hear that that's what's happening in Makueni County. And that this is where the return is. That if it's a 10-to-1 cost-benefit ratio, cost-to-benefit ratio in investing in research, then that is truly where we need to be. And that way, when we do that, hopefully we'll have less of a brain drain on the continent, because all those sharp minds are needed here at home. Thank you.
So the mission of the Zambia Meteorological Department is to provide accurate, reliable, high-quality weather and climate services that are tailored for sectors and communities across Zambia. The partnership with ICCRA, we are looking at strengthening the generation and also the provision of weather and climate information, as well as other early warning information that are related to weather and climate, to different sectors, communities, but more especially the smallholder farmers.
The curriculum actually has changed a number of things, especially to do with the weather forecast, the climate change, the way farmers are supposed to make decisions.
The most practical thing that I've learned is actually understanding the differences between weather, climate, variability, forecast, climatology, and how to communicate that to the farmers.
AICCRA for beans now mo de mameno asase ketewa bi na me de doye enso me nyane bebre so nka tete de na me de do no ka medua na be sa lonka miensan so me nyane se ne me nya we no nti we na boa me eye
e wone fum na kwan ya yedi acheche a wo afia no so no mo de aka ho maye nti yeda wo AICCRA se wo de abe na yen so as a department yeso ye nja wo machidi ye extension agent wa ha a wo hwe won dada ye be upscaling no se mo akuafo ye pese obu yakoye no ankra no ye extension agent no e ka ho ya nkasa so ye ka ho ye be hwe na ne wo se wo ye nyina wo maye.
After cultivating improved grass on conservation structures, families like Sahainashes were enabled to increase milk yield. From the sale of fresh grass, farmers also earn up to 24,000 Ethiopian birr per year. The availability of sufficient cultivated green feed helps to improve the cattle's body performance and allows farmers to earn more than 50% price incremental per year.
Gabit abiset bargakiti. Yejik awar amfimanami kakitwa rembami tek awram fiman ho lama ramfuan yum. Ho lama lauta dikoni lauta o menini lauta ho lama lauta tundi doranchat undi. Osane danamu doranchi ichat itachina danamu neta tundi.
Maa ngi dem ay formation tamit dem na fi ba Thiès ci dëkk bu ñu wax Mewa gis nañ ñoon ñu taxawé seen cham ak seen mbay won nañ ko jang nañ fa lu bari def nañ formation daal fan yi passé jang nañ fa lu bari luñ xamutoon parce que ngooñu ñebbe bi mo ëpp ñooñu gerte bi fuuf ak ñu bari daal ñu wara xonté poids beek li ñu wara mesurer ak yépp jangal nañ ko lepp luñ xamutoon lu bari mën na ren suñu amé deuxième fois suñu bayé ak suñu paré ñu denc ko ñu am tamit suñu jur ñu yew ko def na ren moy résultat inshallah parce que xam-xam bi yokul.
I want to appreciate the AICCRA project as the model of excellence because the collaboration between CADESA and AICCRA has been exceptional.
We also know that if you want to go fast, you go alone. But if you want to go far, you go with others. So the CG system coming in, the bank coming in, the SROs coming in. So we are looking at this AICCRA program together with the African Union strategy because they did play a great role in looking at the partners and the different aspects that bring this together to increase how we live on the continent comfortably.
Thank you for that. And it's always so good to hear what's happening in all these different countries. We're about to move over to you, Todd, if you're ready for us. So please, go ahead.
Thank you, Wangeshi. And I think that video makes a very nice transition to the next phase of our program. We've reviewed and discussed ICCRA's accomplishments and goals across all of its partner countries. We've heard some nice words from numerous partners across the continent, and now we're going to pivot to start to focus on the work done in Kenya and the work forthcoming in Kenya. The overall objective in ICCRA is to strengthen climate change adaptation in our partner countries across Africa. We do this through collaboration with national, local, and regional institutions, very much focused around the integration of climate information services on one hand and climate smart agriculture and livestock practices on the other, to harness the power of both and synergize them so that they contribute to risk management in agricultural and pastoral production. In ICCRA Kenya in particular, we really emphasize multiple entry points into the overall ecosystem in Kenya to accomplish this objective. We're working with national institutions and organizations. We're also emphasizing a lot of work with counties and in counties to strengthen through partnership county extension and county spatial planning in anticipation of climate change. And of course, we're working a great deal with farmers and herders in communities to strengthen capacities for land management, for agricultural practice. We often focus on technologies as an important element of climate change adaptation, and indeed they are. But in addition to the technical, it's very important to pay attention to the institutional dimensions of this, because a good technology is not a good technology unless it makes sense in practice, unless it makes sense to the people who use it, unless it is owned by the institutions that can promote it. So we have the technical, we have institutional, and we also have the very practical. A good technology that farmers don't value and don't see use in is not a good technology. So in the end, farmers and herders are the single and perhaps primary and maybe sole arbiter of what is a good practice. Working across the technical, institutional, and practical entry points, we feel we can strengthen the overall climate change adaptation ecosystem within Kenya. Obviously, this is always done through partnerships. And today you'll be hearing from many of our partners about their experiences collaborating with ICCRA in Kenya. This morning we've referenced Makueni numerous times, partly because we had the pleasure to be visiting there yesterday and seeing what our work there has been doing in practice. We have the pleasure of having Phoebe with us, who was with us yesterday as well, but I want to emphasize this is not a Makueni project. ICCRA Kenya is working in Makueni. We're also working in Kitui County, Taita Taveta. We're working in Isiolo, Marsabit, and Wajir, and Baringo. We're also working here in Nairobi County with many of the national agencies at the national level. We will hear soon from colleagues at the Kenya Meteorological Department, colleagues from CalRO. The ICCRA Kenya session is organized around 3 topical panels. The first will focus on our work on climate information services, working with the Kenya Meteorological Department, working with CalRO to deliver together targeted and integrated AgMet advisories for producers' climate risk management. The second session will focus on climate resilient agriculture, the work we're doing on promoting drought-tolerant crops, but not just the crops themselves and not just the agronomic practices themselves, but promoting a seed system that will continue to deliver sustainably through engagement with the private sector. And obviously in climate resilient agriculture, we're also working with extension systems. We're working with CalRO because those institutional partners are the heart of what will sustain the promotion of climate resilient agriculture practices. The third session will focus on climate resilient livestock practices, especially in northern Kenya. Participatory rangeland management is organized around strengthening local institutions for rangeland management, such that they can apply their own local knowledge and as herders to manage rangelands more sustainably, but without effective institutions, that can only go so far. In that session, we'll also hear about the CASNet digital platform for generating and sharing information on livestock markets, environmental health, and child nutrition in the pastoral drylands. The fourth session of this and final session of this morning will focus on the enabling environment, the encompassing environment that will make all of climate information services, climate smart agriculture, climate smart livestock sustainable in the long term within Kenya, working on university curricula that integrate climate information services and climate smart agricultural and livestock technologies. And also working with the policymakers at national level and indeed even at county levels to support the policy environment that will then be able to support climate information services, agriculture, and livestock practices. I would like to now transition to this session with another video, a short video that highlights through the words of our partners in KMD and CalRO, some of the accomplishments and the promise of our collaboration there. One more time. In the meanwhile, I encourage everyone to scan our QR code here. This links to our website, which has a wealth of information. Publications, briefs, policy notes that we have produced over the last several years to deepen your knowledge and understanding of the content that we will deliver in the session. So if we can give everyone a minute to scan the QR code before we jump to the video. This QR code will come up again.
My name is Salim Kinyimu. I come from the coastal part of Kenya. I come from Kwale County. I'm the Director ICT at Kenya Agricultural and Livestock Research Organization, and our core duty there is to digitize the agricultural information, research findings and output that are generated by our CalRO researchers, package them in appropriate format and disseminate this information to farmers.
My name's Simon Gashwere, born in a county called Kiambu. I work at Kenya Meteorological Department as a deputy director in charge of 24 counties. We normally provide climate information services to the various stakeholders who include farmers, ministries of agriculture, water, and other ministries. As an organization, we are faced by the challenge that we can no longer rely on conventional methods to disseminate agronomic information to smallholder farmers. Issues of climate change has led to microclimatic conditions at farm level, and we can no longer do a blanket agronomic advisory to these smallholder farmers. It is high time that as an organization, we have to leverage on modern ICT technology to ensure that we are delivering accurate information to these farmers, information that are weather conscious and information that are more specific in terms of location based. One of the challenges we faced before ICCRA came in is lack of enough expertise. ICCRA is helping KMD in the area of agricultural climate information. Before we used to work separately, the agricultural sector would give their own information. We as meteorological services would also give our own information separately, but this information was not reaching the farmers in an effective manner. Our partnership with Kenya Meteorological Department
has helped us to address one of the pain points that farmers has, and this is when to start planting. We bold this forecast with agronomic practices that CALRO are generating, and then now we are able to accurately advise farmers on what is the best time to start planting.
This partnership is quite beneficial. Some of the information used to take a long time because the methods of communication were not good enough. So there is timely information to farmers and other stakeholders in the agricultural sector.
With the manual processes before the partnership, we were able to reach 512,000 farmers. Now with the automation processes through the AICCRA project, we are able to reach 6.4 million farmers.
Thank you for that. And now we're about to go to the fun stuff. I hope you've all scanned the QR code that Todd had told you about. You can see that our comms team has a hashtag for today. So please make sure that you follow what's happening on the socials and use that particular hashtag. We're about to start to have our first panel for today. This particular panel, we're really going to hear about climate services and what that entails. We're going to have 4 panelists with us. We'll be putting up seats on the stage shortly. And as that is going on, I'll read out their names and tell you a little bit about them. We do have Dr. Maslin Gudoshava from ICIPE, and because we're in abbreviations of all types today, that's just a reminder that that stands for the IGAD Climate Prediction and Application Center. We're also, and Dr. Maslin is a published researcher in several journals. She's done quite a bit of work in the climate space, and not just in Kenya or under the ICCRA project, but in several different others. We also have Paul Murage, who is head of academic affairs. And Paul, for those who may not know, is famous. He's on Shamba Shape Up. And if you haven't watched any videos of Shamba Shape Up, those are still going on outside. So make sure that you take a look at that. And he's with the Institute of Meteorological Training and Research. Paul also got a head of state commendation for this type of work, actually, for the work that he's been doing on climate information services. So he'll be joining this particular panel. We'll also hear from Sheena. Sheena Raikandulia is from Kuza Biashara, and she'll be telling us a little bit more about all the different services that Kuza Biashara provides. Kuza is, well, anyway, she'll tell us a little bit more about Kuza, but Sheena herself has actually worked in the agri-tech and technology and finance space for some time. And so she brings that to the table for us today. We'll also hear from Salim Kenyimu from CALRO, and we can't wait to ask you all these different questions and for you to tell us a little bit more about the work that you've been doing at AICCRA. So our panelists, Karibuni, Dr. Maslin, Paul Murage, Sheena, and Salim. Okay, I think maybe we'll should move the podium because okay, well, thank you to our panel and welcome. We'll go ahead and do just a quick round of short introductions. Maybe tell us in a sentence or two what your organization has contributed to ICCRA or how you see that happening with ICCRA in this next stage, if it hasn't been something that, that you've partnered with in the past, the ICCRA program. Like I know KUSA hasn't done that, but we're looking to do that in the future. But you have done this work around climate information services in your various roles and organizations. So if you could tell us in a few sentences about that, with your, that's what we'll begin, and then we'll get into the questions. And I will start with Sheena, who is right next to me.
Oops, let me switch it on. That would help. Hi everyone, my name is Sheena, and I'm the Chief Growth Officer at KUSA, no pun intended. Prior to that, I've had a mixed bag of experience. I used to be a lawyer in London for 10 years, don't hold that against me. Failed entrepreneur, worked for an investment fund, and also I used to work for FCDO, so here in Kenya, the UK Kenya Tech Hub. And for all my sins, I advise the government, so that's me. What KUSA is, so as we've already said, KUSA hasn't, we haven't worked together just yet, but we do quite a lot. We're an agri-tech platform, but what's great about KUSA is it's best-in-class technology, so it's an awesome tech platform, but we work with an on-the-ground network of rural agripreneurs, young people from each area, from county level, basically, in Kenya, from ward level, almost. And why I'm excited to work with you is I think that you can have all the research and all the technology in the world, but I think, as you mentioned yourself, if it doesn't get to the people who need it and doesn't get used by them, there's no point. So at the heart of our model, we have these young people, these young agripreneurs who can take all our climate smart language, all our fancy research, and translate it to groups of farmers. They work with a group of 200 farmers each on the ground to ensure what we're doing, to ensure that the best-in-class practices actually reach the ground.
Thank you for that, Sheena. Salim, over to you.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Salim Kinyimu. I'm the director of ICT at KALRO. And apart from fixing the mice and the keyboards in the office, which is basically the core ICT duty, I also lead the digital agricultural team at KALRO, and it spans across the ecosystem, covering both public and private actors within the agricultural landscape. And within the digital unit, what we are trying to do, we are trying to come up with innovative agricultural solution to some of the farmers' pain points. And we are trying to tackle these challenges using data-driven mechanism. So we have aggregated quite a number of relevant agricultural data sets, and we have been also started to work with different partners. And AICCRA is one of our Nobel partner, more so on digital climate advisory services, trying to link and strengthening the already existing partnership between Ministry of Agriculture through KALRO and the Kenya Meteorological Department. And our focus within the AICCRA project is to ensure we are doing mass customization of climate advisory services to farmers. We started small with the manual processes, but now we are looking at doing mass customization of these advisories, considering issues of microclimatic conditions at the farm level, looking at issues of the different agroecological zone, looking issues of the different crops and varieties and livestock breeds that the smallholder farmers are doing at their farm level. So I think we'll be catching more on that. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Okay, that's much better. So I'm Maslin Kudoshava. I'm a climate scientist working at ICPAC. So ICPAC is a regional climate center. We serve 11 countries over Eastern Africa. We have different focus areas. So one of the focus areas is providing climate services. And then we also have divisions that focus on applications. So it includes the agricultural division. So within the agricultural division, we are also the ones who co-chair the Food Security and Nutrition Working Group over Eastern Africa. And then we also have the Disaster Risk Reduction section. I'm not sure if you have heard about the launch of the IGAD Disaster Operating Center. It was opened like 2 or 3 years back. And then we also do environmental monitoring. We also have the hydrological division, which produces stream flow and hydrological forecasts. And then we focus also on capacity building initiatives in all the different sections. We have the environmental division, which focuses on issues to do with satellite Earth observation, and then translating that into information that is usable. And then we focus really on also communication, because once you produce that information and it sits on the shelf, it's no good to anyone. So we have a section that focuses on communication. So that's in brief about ICPAC. We'll discuss further about some of the work that we have done within AICCRA.
Thank you so much. And now on to our last panelist to do the introduction. Paul, karibu.
Okay. Hello, everyone, depending on the time zone, because I'm aware we have other people who are online. My name again is Paul Murage. I'm a climate scientist working with the Kenya Meteorological Department. But from onset, let's say that in Kenya, we are very much pleased to also host the World Meteorological Organization Regional Training Center, that is the Institute for Meteorological Training and Research. The reason I'm saying this is because ICCRA has supported both the training and both the meteorological services. That's the reason as I. So I'm in charge of academic affairs, but I would just like to give a very brief insight that like any national meteorological hydrological service, the Kenya Meteorological Department is charged the responsibility of providing weather and climate information for safety of life and property. And allow me to thank World Bank, because that's how we'll be linking with the Salim. That in 2015, through the Kenya Climate Smart Agriculture Project, the Kenya Meteorological Department benefited from 155 automatic weather stations, which now in 24 counties, because one of the few things, like that's where the link will be coming in, that we are looking at even other partners, and even the ICCRA, the initiative is bringing up all the stakeholders together. So together with that, because it was in 24 counties, ICCRA came in because, for one, like any sub-Saharan Africa, we are having gaps in the station, in the meteorological station network. We are able to get support from my sister's department, the ICIPE. And in 2012, we did what we call blending of the the observations and then the satellite data. So at the moment, we are thanking the Kenyans very much for the feedback we are getting, that the accuracy and the reliability of the forecast is through these initiatives. Because our forecast now is up to 5 by 5 kilometer grid, because it's always very technical when you are forecasting the tropics. So other than that, allow me for 1 minute to say that in 2012, we decentralized our services. That is, we decentralize our services, opening 47 county meteorological offices. So that is one of the few things that we have also been doing. Other than that, allow me to say my other intervention as a person. Phoebe is one of the ones which we covered on Shaba Shape Up. She is one of those who have been Shaba Shape Up. We covered that. Is one of the things. So because of the interest of time we're talking about, other than that, they have been supporting capacity building at IMTR. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. Actually, we'll let you hold the mic for just a little longer, because you preempted the question that we had, which was around, okay, yes, now we have ICCRA Part 2, if we could call it that, and you're continuing to work with the Kenya Meteorological Department. What sort of ambitions do you have? You've told us about how you've got now 27? 40, no, we've got 47 counties, but how many meteorological stations do you have?
Okay, those who are manned stations, they are 42, because we are also considering those who are in the airport, but we are looking at both the manned station and the automatic weather stations, because we are moving the next 5 years, if I want not to preempt your question, is that we are going, like now we want farmers, we are having through the AD and Dr. Lam, allow me to cite him, that in Taita Taveta County, we are having whom we call climate monitors. They are making the rainfall observations, and also they are recording through a digital app what is the associated incident that happened. When you report 50 millimeters of rainfall, what happened therefore? After that, we are getting the data, including the one from automatic weather station. We do quality control, like what Salim will talk about, garbage in, garbage out. When we do the quality control, we said to now the other platforms in Kano and then in Idri or the ICCRA platform. Then, because Kenya Met does not have the mandate of telling the farmer which particular seed are you supposed to plant for that particular area. So we work with the partners and we do what we call co-production of the agrometeorological advisory. Last day is that through ICPAC, how do we do the forecasting? We get the ICPAC hosts the regional, the outlook forum, and then we customize to the country. We think that we are looking for support from ICCRA, this ICCRA to now, to assist Kenya Met to develop a downscaling tool which is dynamic to be able to capture the forecast up to point level, because what we are looking at, the condition. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. Salim, hang on to that one, because we'll talk a little bit more about what the Met Department will be doing under ICCRA over the next 5 years. But before we get to that, I think it's important that we hear a little bit from Sheena about how you intend to engage for scale. How do you think
KUZA can come into this particular space and scale up to these different agripreneurs, as you call them. So if you could tell us a little bit about how you get them on board and how you intend to scale.
Thank you. So I think one of the things that I'd said earlier about people, agripreneurs, so there are young people from that ward, from that county. So what does that bring? That brings trust, right? You trust people that you've grown up with. You trust people that you know. You trust people that are from your region. This is a very human thing. So you need that. But that can only scale so far, which is where the platform comes. Now, the platform that we've developed, and you'll be hearing a bit about our launch very soon, it's called the One Network platform. So it's the Kenya One Network for now, and it can be very easily replicated for different countries. So we do work in different countries, but right now we're sort of really focusing deep on Kenya, but we've done Rwanda, Tanzania, Bangladesh, we've got a couple of projects. But to focus on Kenya, what the One Network platform is, and I can just slowly kind of describe it, is think about an Amazon, but an open Amazon, an open network that includes the smaller retailers, the MSMEs, the farmers, etc. How do you do that? So in technology terms, it's called an open platform, and it's developed by something called the Beacon Protocol. And what that protocol means is online, it's open API. So you've got a platform, you can connect with mine. You've got a platform, you can connect with mine. So I don't want to go into the technology parts of it, but basically our platform is built on those principles of technology, of open technology and responsible AI, i.e., and that's because what we want farmers, people, smallholders, agripreneurs, everybody to have dignity, agency, and choice. So with everything. So even if it's with climate smart technologies, what we want is if you've got innovation, so you've got a maize you've got a drought resistant seed, or you've got different weather information. Through our platform, all of that is made available, but nothing is forced. I'll have to stop. But basically, the agripreneur then highlights that technology for the farmer.
Okay. Well, this is very exciting. So make sure you catch Sheena during the break so she can tell us a little bit more about this, because it does sound like a way of integrating some of all the work that's being done by the people right now on this particular panel. So it would be great to hear how that will happen. Maslin, we've seen the impact of extreme weather, right? We're still a little traumatized by all the rain that we've just received. And how are you working with national partners in particular to disseminate this type of information, to help?
So we normally have capacity building initiatives. So we have the foundational training where we are equipping the forecasters from the different meteorological agencies with the foundational science. And then just before also the start of the major rainy season, so like the March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December, we have also capacity building workshops. So like right now, we are working with forecasters in producing the forecast for the upcoming season, June, July, August, September. And then we also have in-country initiatives. So ICCRA has also helped us in conducting some of these in-country trainings. So we have trained like Kenya. We have also had trainings with Uganda. And then we have also had like bringing them all together, including those spillover countries and also even Southern Africa, like for Zambia. Yeah. So also,
You have 1 minute.
Oh, and then, so one of the other things that we are also working on is in terms of our NMHs also have access to the computing system, so it's easier for us to share the data with each other. Then in terms of dissemination, he has mentioned it, we have the Climate Outlook Forum, as Paul has said. So from the Climate Outlook Forum, we have it regional, national, and then we also work with the national Met to do the participatory scenario planning. So that is taking the climate information all the way to the farmer. So in that, what is really unique is that you are also integrating the indigenous knowledge with also the scientific knowledge. So maybe I can stop here for now.
Thank you. So Salim, will you tell us a little bit more about how CalRO is being, how they're disseminating climate information services through technology to farmers? We saw a little bit of that on the video, but how is that making your job either more effective, and what are the ambitions under AICCRA 2.0, if I could call it that?
Thank you. I hope I have more time compared to that. Actually, at CalRO, what we did, we simplified the challenges that are facing the smallholder farmers. And we simplified it into 4 big questions. The first question, farmers are usually faced with the question on how to grow or how to practice. So this is a question that can best be answered by good agronomic practices. The second question that farmers are faced with is where to grow. So where to grow, this is an area where we can look at issues to deal with environmental and soil health, soil fertility management. Then the third question is what to grow. I'm here in Nairobi. I have this particular environment. What can I grow to get better yield, better productivity within that same 1 acre piece of land? Then finally, the last question is when to practice. And this is a climate question. Issues to deal with climate change has come in and it is real. And now it calls for modern and emerging ICT technology to address that question. AICCRA is coming in very strongly. KMD, a national meteorological department, produces quite very good information on weather forecast, and they also have observed weather data. But as Paul said, if you say it's going to rain 20 ml, what is that? What is it saying to the farmer? Farmers don't consume data. They consume services. So we need to translate that data into service. And that service need to be communicating in a more of like an actionable manner. So what we do, we take the weather from KMD, we look at the farmer location, we look at what is the farmer practicing, what enterprise are they practicing, is it maize, is it cassava? We also look at the growth stage. Then now we do some crop and climate modeling to ensure that we are able to give to these farmers timely, number one, very key, based on that stage. Location, where he is, what are the surrounding looking like, and then now it needs to be accurate. Accuracy in terms of weather. If you are talking about you are doing maize and you are germination level, and Paul has told me today it's going to rain 20 ml. Now I can tell you, you should experience an excessive water in your maize, and at germination level, perhaps you need to drain excessive water. So in that, we are doing some action insights into this advisory. But now we are looking at it, we have millions of farmers. If it's about one farmer, we could do it manually. But we are looking at millions of farmers. So that's where now AICCRA is coming up, trying now to automate the data that is coming in from KMD. KMD decode this data up to the county level. So we are automating all that process. And then now, through that, we are able to do mass customization. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all to our panelists. Unfortunately, we're ran out of time. But this is a very, very intriguing conversation, especially because we're talking about taking all of this knowledge and information and trying to make it really practical for a farmer like Phoebe to be able to use, apply, and disseminate actually on your behalf, isn't it? Because we like to learn by doing and by seeing, and even partnering with private sector like Sheena represented here. how you then scale up that information, that technology to all the people who need it. I like the phrase that you used, and that's what we will close with, that farmers require services and not necessarily data. It needs to be usable, and it needs to be immediately applicable. Thank you so much to our group. We're going to have a quick Menti before we break for tea, but please give them a round of applause.
The opportunity to showcase a few of them, but we are working on them. We'll show it, we'll use
we do have
it,
Wi-Fi access,
and make
and
sure
it's
that
KICC
our
at 50
next
hashtag, and KICC is in small letters. If you could get to your phone and go to menti.com, we're going to put up a code for you. We have 2 questions. We do have Wi-Fi access, and it's KICC at 50 hashtag, and KICC is in small letters. It's menti.com. If you could get to your phone and go to menti.com, and we're going to put up a code for you. We have 2 questions. 2818, and as soon as that comes up on the screen, you'll be able to view 2818 0995. Oh, there it is. It's so menti.com, and you can put in that code, and or if you wish, you can zoom in and use the QR. And it's 2818. Please feel free if you have your phone on you. It's menti.com, and the code is 0918. So you can go to menti.com, put in that code. Or if you wish, you've been talking a lot about and use the QR. Food. My panelists, so please feel free if you have your phone on you. It's menti.com. And the code is menti.com 2818090995. I've been talking a lot. Tell us if people have started to log in, so maybe we can see some of the results as they come in. Again, after this, menti.com 2818 tea and coffee break. Looking IT team, if you can tell us if people have started to log in, maybe we can see some of the results as they come in. We have it for, and then after this, we're going to have our tea and coffee break. But if we could move to the Menti slide, and then we can see the answers coming in, that would be great. It's Salim, have you put in your response? We have it for 10 minutes. You should. Yes. And don't worry, it's anonymized. We could move to the Menti slide, and then we can see the answers coming in, but I think it would be fun. Salim, have you put in your some response? Of this, the first question is around, and don't worry, it's anonymized services. We won't know farmers, who has said what, but I think it would be have some responses. So some of this, the first question, we have people are asking different climate services for farmers. They're giving their comments. We have some responses. So please do give us your feedback. We've got 7 people asking different questions. We're quite a number. Let's go ahead and continue to use that. Give us your feedback. This system will be up 7 people who have logged in. We're quite a number. Session. Let's go ahead and continue to use that. To that this system will be up for the rest of and use 2818 session. So you can always go in and tell us that number a little bit more about and use 2818 what we've had so far. 0995. The additional services a little bit more about what we've had so far and what coffee break. And again, another round of applause for our panelists. Thank you. So welcome to the coffee break. And again, another round of applause for our panelists. Down, and this is maybe something that you'll end up discussing over the lunch break. Someone asked there a question about what happens to farmers who don't have smartphones. So maybe I don't think our panelists will have a chance to answer that question directly. But we do talk about technology even on the other panel. So if you have a technology solution that requires smartphones, perhaps you can include that answer as you speak to us. But for now, we'll see you back in 10 minutes. Thank you. there were some really nice looking oranges. I hope you got a few of those. In addition to the mandazis and we used to call them. I do hope you enjoyed your break. We're going to have a series of three panels. I know it sounds like a lot, because this last one went by so quick. And what we're going to have is we are going to keep the Menti open. The code is the same. So you can make your comments. You can ask your questions. We're going to use We'll have it up on the side, and you can see going through everybody. Remember the code is 2810995. It's at the top of your screen. And you can always go in to do that. And remember the Wi-Fi is KICC 50 hashtag and KICC is in lowercase in small letters. I was talking to Dr. Maslin at the break, and I was saying it just went by so fast. And we have a few questions. I had so many questions for our panelists. Thank you for the ones that you've put up. This one here. There's quite a bit. The one around last mile delivery. As you come up, let's really think about how we intend to reach these different farmers. And then also the one about the what happens to farmers who don't have? Are they being left behind when it comes to technology and innovation? Because Kenya does have a very high mobile phone penetration rate, but we do not have such a high penetration rate when it comes to smartphones. So how do we make sure that farmers are not left behind? There's another one here that's been put up that says how do we reach even more farmers? I think it's been around last mile delivery, which is fantastic. I like this comment here that says what stood out is that farmers do yes, we can read that one. What has stood out is that farmers do not rely on data but services, and we need to collaborate and offer services to our farmers. So thank you very much. Please keep these comments coming. Also the questions, please keep them going. And we're now going to move to our next panel, and we'll have you all coming up. I sort of like standing down here, but I think I'll join you up there when everybody comes to the stage. And we're going to talk about drought-resilient crops. And we're going to have Phoebe Mwangangi, whom we've heard from before. But Phoebe, please come up. And as Phoebe comes up, she'll also be joined by Judy Matu from the Association of Women in Agriculture in Kenya. That's usually also called AWAC. I was chatting with the ladies earlier, and I was asking them, please share a fun fact about you. And Judy tells me that she has a cat called Peaches. And Peaches is a boy, and Peaches is not very affectionate. And we also have Patrick Ketiem, but I haven't met Dr. Patrick Ketiem yet from Calro. I hope he's here with us. Lynette Ngila from Dryland Seed is here with us, and Lynette is a cyclist. So those of you who haven't learned how to ride, you should have a nice talk with her. She lives in Kitengela, and she says that the spaces are absolutely amazing. So that's what she does, is she inspects our landscapes on her bicycle. So karibu sana, Lynette. We also have Lawrence Ryongo from Lewa Conservancy. Where did you go, Lawrence? Oh, there you are. So I was talking with Lawrence in the morning, and he tells me that he's also a dairy farmer. So those of you who are keeping dairy cattle, ongea na Lawrence, he has a few tips, having worked in Meru for quite a number of years, although now he is at Lewa, and he knows quite a bit about dairy farming. So it's not about things being theoretical, but in real practicality. So we'll go ahead. I'll join you up here. Do you guys have your microphone? I'll give you this one. Share that one. Still on. And thank you, Lawrence, for not making this a women's only panel. Thank you very much. Usually it's the other way around. So thank you for representing. Asante sana. We'll start with you, actually, for a change. So, Lawrence, please introduce yourself. Tell us a little bit about what Lewa has been doing with AICCRA.
Okay. Thank you so much. And is it good morning or good afternoon? Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm Lawrence Riongo. I head the community development programs at Lewa Life Conservancy. Lewa Life Conservancy is a model for conservation. And conservation is about the people. It's about wildlife. It's about the ecosystem. And who are the custodian of the ecosystem that the wildlife and the people thrive in? It is the people. So under Lewa strategic plan, we have a theme. Lewa has 4 themes, thematic areas under which we operate. And theme 2 has strong, robust engagement with the communities. And we believe the community, the people, as the custodian of the ecosystem, they have to protect, conserve, and take care of the ecosystem so that the people, the wildlife will thrive. And the community engagement, we have several livelihood projects that we do for the people. We have water development, having done 17 water projects for the communities around the conservancy. And the people who live around the conservancy are small-scale holder farmers. These are the people who have been adversely affected by the negative impact of climate change. And these are the people whom we have to empower to live a dignified life and to ensure that they maximally utilize the scarce natural resources that exist efficiently so that the people can access them, the wildlife can access them, and we have some for all, but not all for some. So that is the model that Lewa places. And we partnered with SEAT, the Alliance, under the AICCRA project, the Sustainable Agriculture Project, that we engage the people comprising over 90% of the community residents living around the conservation area. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Lawrence. And Judy, why don't you go ahead and tell us a little bit about yourself and how you're working with AICCRA.
Thank you, Wangeshi. Good morning, everyone. As she has said, my name is Judy Matu. I am the National Executive Chair Lady for the Association of Women in Agriculture Kenya, AWAC. And at AWAC, we build the capacity of small-scale women, the rural women in agriculture, and vulnerable women in the urban informal settlements around the area of food security and nutrition, climate change and climate justice, women economic empowerment, and advocacy. And we are very honored to have experienced a lot of support from AICCRA, especially around drought-tolerant crops. And this is in the areas of the ASAL regions, Kitui, Makueni, and Taita Taveta, where we've had the trainings going on with the women, and they have been able to learn and apply the expertise and actually increase. I think I would be repeating what Phoebe was talking about here when I talk about the benefits and what AICCRA has done. But more importantly, I want to say that what AICCRA is doing is becoming the bridge between science or research and farmers. We've always had a place where there's so many good research recommendations and solutions, but then they are somewhere, and the farmers have so many problems that need those solutions, but the farmers are somewhere. But now AICCRA has come to bridge that gap. And so what AWAC is doing is, as a platform where there are so many women farmers across different counties, we are working with AICCRA in these 3 specific counties for now, hoping to scale in the area of drought-tolerant crops. But again, as a Women in Agriculture network, we are very big on gender. And we are looking at how can we approach climate resilience through a gendered lens. I was just having a conversation over the break, and somebody mentioned about the intersectionalities that face women. And I was like, the moment you mention intersectionalities, you're a gender person. Because I want you to imagine this. We have a professional woman who is a farmer, and we have an illiterate woman who is a farmer. One is elderly, one is young. Those people do not face the same challenges. We also have a young man and we also have an elderly man. They also don't experience the same issues when it comes to climate change. And so, as AWAC, those are some of the areas we are trying to intervene to ensure that these interventions are also gendered. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think that's really important because it is, as we had talked about this in the morning, about our national determined contributions. And inclusivity is one of them. And that is that's where the gendered solutions come in. Because as you pointed out, the experience of a young man versus an elderly one, a young woman versus an elderly one, or even another young man versus a young woman, all those people experience climate change, they experience even food systems differently. Yeah, thank you. So, Lynette, please tell us a bit about you and ICCRA, and go ahead.
My name is Lynette Ngila from Dryland Seed in Machakos. We specialize in the dissemination of dryland seed varieties to farmers in the ASAL areas. We pride ourselves in being the adoptive parents of orphaned crops like the sorghum, the palm millet, the green grams. Our experience with ICCRA through ICResearch has been through the provision of early generation seed and improved varieties. I would also like to echo Phoebe. The importance of drought-tolerant crops cannot be overlooked anymore. If you've been looking at if you're not Kenyan and you've seen the news reports of the flooding in Kenya, and I know a few people here who would mention a few areas that they know that have not received rainfall. I do. Kitui, Makueni have received very minimal amounts of rainfall. If these farmers were smart enough to plant the right seed, that is improved certified seed, at the right time, following climate services advisory, they will be awaiting a bumper forest in the next few months. Thank you.
Then to our star farmer, Madam Phoebe, you need no introduction.
Okay.
I think with you, we need to just go straight into the questions.
Okay, thank you, Wangeshi. Just as a reminder, could be somebody was not around. My name is Phoebe Mwangangi. I'm a farmer from Makueni County, an area called Makindu. It is an ASO area, and we're doing farming on drought-tolerant crops. I'm an advocate for the climate-smart agriculture innovations, and also trying to bring in how we can utilize the crops we grow. Thank you.
And I'll let you please keep the microphone because the first question will be to you. You've told us about the work that you've been doing in ICCRA, the fact that you are a lead farmer, you have all these different people who are coming to learn from you. And you're also using all this technology under the ICCRA program. What do you consider some of the biggest challenges that you have faced, and have you managed to overcome some of these?
Okay, thank you. The greatest challenge in agriculture and every other innovation is mindset. Down there in my community, we have this mindset. We've been doing it this way, and we'll do it the same way. So that kind of mindset has been a challenge in trying to adopt the technologies I'm bringing to the farmers. And now to counter this challenge, I've not given up. Time and again, I repeat the same story to them. We do practical examples with the farmers. Like I said, in my farm, it's like a farmer school. We have 10 farmers, leaders of other groups, whom we work together from land preparation, planting, cultivation, and even harvesting. And these farmers, they go back to their groups, send the same message. Thanks to ICCRA, when it is planting season, ICCRA donates some seed to these active farmers. So if I'm getting 2 kilograms for demo farm, these farmers will get 1 kilogram each through ICCRA. And this one has motivated them. they have repeated the innovations we practice in my farm. And the group which they lead also comes to their farm. They see the innovation, and after we have harvested, they say this is workable. I'll try it next time. So with this next time trial, we have been able to win the mindset of many in the community. For now, with the 5 groups, each group with an average of 25 members, we are able to transform the village and the community surrounding because of this repeated exposure and talking. We are not giving up with these innovations. And then we have another challenge, please. Farmer involvement. Yes, farmer involvement. Yes, when we involve the farmer from the word go, they own the practice. And now they've been able to practice it, they are owning it, it is their innovation, and they feel we are building on what they already know, and this one is helping. Thank you.
My question is to you, Judy. We've heard from Phoebe about how the changing the mindset of the farmers is one of the big challenges. But through a program like AICCRA, there's also been some incentive to do things differently. Do you feel that that is a requirement in order to be able to scale the work and to reach, to get farmers to do things differently? Do they need an external incentive, or is it enough that they see what's going on?
Thank you, Wangeshi. That's a very good question. Because when we talk about mindsets, it is not an event, it's a process. And whose mind are we trying to change? Is it the women? Is it the men? Is it the community? Is it the leaders? But it's everyone. Because remember, from where we are coming from, our cultural norms, they define gender roles in a certain way. And what we are trying to do is to involve everybody equally and equitably. And so when we are doing the work that we do, working with the women and training them and building their capacity, we do not work with women alone. We have what we call the men and boys engagement. And this is because when we look at a household, it has both the woman and the man. And for that, and then remember also, we have our land tenure, land ownership, and all that surrounds the woman farmer. And so if you do not engage the man, then you will impact all the knowledge in the woman, but she'll not be able to implement. And so when we are talking about the mindsets and when we are talking about the learning, then we approach the household wholesomely. Well, for men, it's more about the goodwill. For the leaders and the policymakers, it's about systemic change. We are talking about, are we ready to scale? Remember, if the policies are not favoring the progress that we are trying to put in, then it will be just null and void. And so systemic change will bring all this change at scale, and also ensuring that we empower the women to become decision makers, informed decision makers. And they are able then to apply all this and change the environment from the household level, at the community, and even nationally. And so I believe this is a process, and this is what we are doing. It's a journey that we need to scale.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Judy. We'll jump very briefly to you, Irogo, and you can tell us a little bit more about how you're looking at climate-smart agricultural practices, whether it's with the farmers that you're working with that are around the conservancy, and maybe you can tell us if your conservancy is one that is community-owned or not.
I'll start with the ownership of conservancy. Low and Life Conservancy is a private conservancy, but it has community at the center of operations and engagement. Lewa existence is the good relation that we have with the community members. And you know that the conservancy will be there, the community will be there. And the community have to be empowered to actively engage in livelihood activities. And this is why we engage in the projects and programs that we have in the community, including education, conservation education, healthcare, sustainable agriculture, water development. We live in a very fragile ecosystem that we are affected by droughts and flash floods and those kind of things. And you can imagine how people are devastated by such occurrences. So the partnership with the Alliance under the AICCRA project came right on time when people had gone through extended drought period, and people had to make rational, intentional decisions on how to mitigate the negative impact of climate change. The smallholder farmer, how do you utilize the small resources, the water resources that you have? Then we invested in drip irrigation for farmers to demonstrate what do we mean when we say you can farm small, intensively, you earn income, your food secure, and you efficiently utilize the natural resources that exist. And I've learned over time that empowering farmers to adopt to technologies is the best approach. Farmers learn from fellow farmers. The peer-to-peer learning is the key to adoption of CSA technologies. Me there telling them all, scientists telling the farmers, they will hear none of that. But when they see a farmer like Phoebe adopting, they will easily adopt that. And I'll give a small example about it. We empowered a farmer to do drip irrigation for a portion of land. And also we did soil testing through the AICCRA project and best variety for the ecological zone. And the farmer would tell us, farmers would come around the farm, they scoop the soil to ascertain whether the drip irrigation is supplying enough water to the crops, and they go to the storage facility to see what is the level of water utilization. You know, I don't need to say anything about CSA technology. That message is home dry to the farmers. And what we need to do is now linkage to service providers and build the capacity of the fellow young people around the communities to further the adoption of such technologies. Yeah.
Thank you. Lynette, you talked about adopting the orphan crops. Tell us, let's talk a little bit about that, because when Dr. Ogola was here earlier, she talked about enjoying sorghum and even maize varieties and millet varieties when she was at her maternal grandmother's house. And it was a variety that you probably don't find in many places today. So again, touching on what Phoebe talked about with the mindset and this label that these, I guess some of them are indigenous, some of them are not. Some of these crops, how and why did they end up being called orphaned? And then number two, what are you doing to try and change that mindset so that we can see them for what they are, that they are nutritious, that they are resilient crops, and that they are accessible?
Thank you, Wangeshi. Maybe I could go back to the reason why Dryland Seed was formed in the first place. The founder had this experience growing up. They had a variety of crops, like Phoebe said. They would eat their sorghum, their maize, their beans. But with time, if you know the climate in Ukambani, it's changed drastically. He thought of Dryland Seed because their crops they could grow could not survive anymore in this current climate. Now, going back to the importance of orphaned crops. If you look at the farmers who've done the last season in the ISAL areas, those who planted the right seed, the sorghum, the millet, they are not complaining about the weather conditions. Why? These seeds are resilient, they're diverse, they're able to withstand whatever climatic condition will shock them. The importance, again, of the work we do, our partnerships with AICCRA. These improved varieties promote food security, which is most important, and allow our farmers to earn a livelihood. And of course, I wouldn't fail to speak about our challenges as a seed company in producing these drought-tolerant crops. Remember, they are food. We are constantly competing with the food at the table. Our farmer will be very honest with you and will tell you, I ate 3 bags. I only have 1 bag for you. So what are we doing about this? We are constantly training our farmers, making them part of the system, explaining to them their importance as a part of the seed system and their contribution to food security.
So if I've understood correctly, and walk me through this, so you have seed that you sell to the farmers. The farmers plant that seed. They're able to harvest that seed, and they're able to continue to put aside the same seed that they can replant. Is that what you're saying?
Yes and no. I was speaking on the aspects of outgrowers. We work with smallholder farmers throughout the country to produce seed.
So now that's fantastic. So you've got seed production happening at farmer level, so that you have, I guess you've got a database of those who are helping you with the propagation and also with the distribution. Could you tell us a little bit about that? Because we hear a lot about certified seed varieties. What makes that different from, say, what Dr. Ogola was talking about earlier? And also what makes that different from some of the big well, they're not manufacturers, but the big distributors of certified seed, like let's say Syngenta or Bayer?
All right. I would like to speak about the outgrowers first. We have a model where, of course, we work with our breeders. They breed the right seed. What are they looking at? Is it suitable for hot and dry conditions? Able to combat pests and diseases? Does it have a nutritional value to the farmer? When we get our EGS from the breeders, this goes to our farmers for production, for scaling up, for building up our stocks, so that now we sell our certified seed to the farmer. The second question on our difference, dryland as a standpoint, we aim in providing affordable seed. We try to be accessible to farmers and, of course, meet the last mile through affordable seed.
And then we'll go back to you, Madam Phoebe. The previous panel was telling us about how they're using technology to especially give weather information to farmers. Are you using some of that technology?
Thank you. I'm using the technology as well as giving the technology. I'm also giving data to our meteorological station in the county on the rainfall amounts which are in our area, and also giving the impacts. If it is rained and there was a wind, there was trees were broken and all that, we pass the information to the meteorological center in the county. So with that one, I give the information. And also the information comes back to me through Carol and also meteorological station. We would be advised on the expected onset of the rains. This one prepares us on what to plant, how to prepare our land, and what crops to grow. They also send messages on the intensity of the rainfall, how much we expect, when it will start, when it will end. That one prepares us for the period of planting and also growing the crop. That one guides us on the crop to grow. And also the kind of preparation to do in the farm. If it is too much for our area, we know how to do the drainage, we drain the soils and all that. We also receive these advisories, and especially during the rain season and onset of the rains, we have weekly advisories. And this information, I pass it to my farmer groups, and they utilize it. Apart from saying it is going to rain 35 millimeters, what is the impact? What crop are you going to grow? They will ask me even before I tell them. And this one has helped us to in the farming system. Thank you.
Thank you. And my question now is to Judy. We've been talking about all these different, sometimes they're called orphan crops, but they are generally climate resilient varieties. Are there particular challenges that your members are facing in growing these, but also finding market for these particular varieties?
Thank you, Wangeshi. Well, first and foremost, some of the drought-tolerant crops, specifically like millet and sorghum, are regarded as women crops. And they have been referred to as women crops because sometimes they are found within the assumed poor regions. But those are very important crops. First, they're highly nutritious. They're easy even to grow. The output that is required from the farmer is much less as compared to others. And the fact that they're resilient to all this change in climate, that would be the perfect. But then again, even with all the training and all the awareness, there are still some challenges because we've just been experiencing floods, or sometimes it is an extended period of drought. And sometimes the women will face challenges because, again, we are also looking at the inputs to ensure that this is supported. We are talking about extension services. Is it sufficient for every farmer to access? ICCRA is giving us the support. They are also supporting the women with the seed. And I can concur with what Phoebe said. The harvest is even triple, quadruple. But then again, how many of these can ICCRA meet? And so at our level, as a national platform for women in agriculture, what we are doing is the knowledge and the expertise that we are gaining from this program is now multiplying it, through TOTs and through champions and amazing women like Phoebe, ensuring that this information and this expertise is getting to the women beyond the areas that are being supported currently. And again, even with that comes the challenge, the market. Fine, we have a bumper harvest, so what? The good thing is that value addition enhances the shelf life of this produce, also increases the value in terms of economic, the growth around the women economic empowerment because it sells higher and it can even be formed into different things when you talk about the processing, the packaging, and then now getting into the markets. And I liked when they talked about the open data where there's also the market where you're providing a space that women can also bring in their products and the shoppers, it's a shopping area. And so one of the areas I would really encourage, and I wish Phoebe, sorry, not Phoebe,
Dr. Ogola.
Dr. Ogola was here, was opening the space for farmers. I think you asked her a question around the big guys who are doing the seeds and the small guys who are also trying to penetrate the region. It is also the same when it comes to small-scale farmers penetrating into the market. But the space should be level playing ground for everybody. So what we do at AWAC is ensuring that you give them that strength around value addition and processing, including cooking. Yeah, and then also connecting, linking them to that market.
Wonderful.
But again, we need policies that are very friendly for our women small-scale farmers.
Thank you for that, Judy. And I think there was one of the previous speakers who pointed out that ICCRA indeed is acting as the bridge between the science and data, the policy, yes, it was you, and also with the farmers. We're going to wrap up, and what I'd ask each and every one of you is to give me a parting shot. Keep it brief, and tell us a little bit what your parting shot is for ICCRA 2.0. What's your ask for ICCRA 2.0? And since you have the mic, we can start with you.
Thank you. First, it's a gratitude to ICCRA for becoming the bridge. I still emphasize on that. And ready to scale means let's get deeper and wider in terms of working with the farmers. Sometimes we work with 30, but those 30 are able to scale up into 3,000. So let's work with larger platforms as well and ensure that we are scaling this beyond the counties that we mentioned to ensure that this good news gets to as many people as possible. Looking forward to that. Thank you.
We'd like to thank ICCRA for a long-standing partnership, from Dryland Seed being a regional company, Nukambani, to now being a national-wide company distributing to the whole of Kenya and outside Kenya as well, to East Africa. Our parting shot would be, let us have more, I would echo Dr. Anna Marie, let's have more varieties out from the lab to the seed companies and to the farmer, who is the most important person to all of us.
I would say where we've come with the AICCRA project, the shortest time that we had, and the impact that is there on the ground, I ask myself if this partnership occurred like 5 years ago. I'm sure the community members, the residents around the conservancy would be all smiling and happy people. And moving forward is looking at how do we package the CSA message technologies in a simplified manner that the common farmer can adopt and embrace.
Thank you. Thank you to AICCRA for supporting us, helping us to reach more farmers. And my parting shot is, since we know programs come and go, I expect that there will be a well-prepared exit program when that time comes, that these farmers will not be orphaned like these crops. And we shall continue adopting more innovations and giving services to these farmers. Thank you.
Our panelists, let's give them another round of applause. I do have a request. If you could take a picture by our media wall out there. We have our photographers ready to take that while we get ready for our next panel to come up. And please remember that you can ask your questions. You can make your comments on menti.com. It's 2818-0995. So 2818-0995. And it's right outside on the left is where our media wall is. Let's make sure we get a picture of our panel. And our previous panelists, please also let's make sure that we get that photo taken, because you have spent the morning with us and we thank you for it. We're going to now go into our next panel. And as they come up, it would be nice if we could see some of the questions of the previous panel. And here we're going to talk about climate resilient livestock. All right, so climate resilient livestock, we are going to have Mohammed Ali Ahmed from the Arbijahan Rangeland Management Committee. He's one of our panelists. Karibu, Bwana Mohammed. And as he comes up, I will also let you know that he's their treasurer. And Mohammed has always been very good with money and maths, but more importantly, he is trusted in what he is doing. So thank you, Mohammed Ali Ahmed. Karibu sana. You'll tell us a little bit more about what Arbijahan is doing. Please go ahead and have a seat. We also have Ms. Kabale Huka from the Isiolo Livestock Marketing Association. Karibu sana. And as she comes up, another interesting fact about Madam Kabale is that she is a community health practitioner. And she has been helping people in her community for over 15 years with matters to do with nutrition, with their health, and she has really been there for especially the women and children. Thank you, Madam Kabale. We also have Jilo Galgalo from the Kenya Livestock Marketing Council. Karibu sana, Bwana Galgalo. And we were talking about cooling machines of dairy and also camel milk. And those have been growing in use in the areas in which he's involved. And it's very encouraging to hear that and to see that. Abdullahi Ibrahim from Wajir County. Karibu sana. Please join us. You can have a seat next to Madam Kabale. And we can't wait to hear more about what has been happening in especially with the rangeland markets and livestock. So thank you so much, all of you. Asanteni. And let's begin. You have your microphone on that side for the two of you. Oh, So this time, Madam Kabale, you are the one who is stopping this panel from being an all-male panel. So thank you very much. We shall start with you. So what we will do is we will introduce. You'll have a short introduction. We have our timekeeper there in the corner. When she waves the paper there, we know that we have a very short time to go. But if you could tell us a bit about your organization and yourself and how you've been working with ICCRA, that is how we'll start this first round, and then we'll begin with the questions. So we'll start with you, Madam Kabale. Ladies first.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm Kabale, a contributor in the Keynote project that collects weekly information about market, pasture condition, and household food consumption pattern, and strategies used to cope with drought.
Yeah. Thank you. And how long have you done this this work for?
1 year.
For 1 year.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you. Please, Wanaibu.
Good morning or afternoon. It's afternoon. Okay, sorry. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Abdullah Ibrahim Abdi from Wajir County, Department of Livestock Production, Wajir West Sub-County.
Thank you. And have you been working with ICCRA in your role?
Yeah. We are working with ICCRA through participatory regional management in Azerbaijan Ward.
Okay. Thank you. All right then. Wana Mohammed.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
My name is Ara Muhammad Ali Ahmed from Wajir County, especially Arbajani Ward, and representing Rangeland Management Committee as a treasurer. And I'm very happy to see my colleagues here today and to be one of them here today in KICC. And I also congratulate ICCRA to support and give us a lot of knowledge and train us several times. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
My name is Aragalgalo Jilo. I'm working for Kenya Livestock Marketing Council as the markets coordinator and ICT officer in Kenya Livestock Marketing Council, and also from Isiolo, Samburu, Laikipia, and Marsabit counties. I'm in charge of those 4 counties, discharging the mandates from Isiolo to those parts of the county. Kenya Livestock Marketing Council is a membership organization for pastoral communities. We have over 20,000 members. Kenya Livestock Marketing Council, we have priority areas. One is the economic development. 2 is women empowerment and social inclusion. The other one is policy influencing and also connection to the livestock markets. We have worked with the ICCRA through market information by training the market monitors or the contributors on livestock grading systems, because if you don't grade livestock, the data that they are collecting cannot be sent to the server or to the Keynote systems. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have a question here for. We'll start with you, Madam Kabala. We'd like to hear a little bit about your participation in the Keynote. Yes. How has Keynote changed how you're doing livestock marketing?
In first place, they know the different livestock price and quantity in the different areas. That will tend to bring their livestock in the area where there is a high profit, hence helping increasing commercial livestock sales. The second one, reduce the risk of visiting the market without knowledge of the volume and the variation of the price. They collect accurate data and significant at the low cost. The formation by Keynote are cheap. They broke the myth that the pastoralists will not use the phone technology to collect and share the information.
And how many members are in Keynote? Is it a member organization? Mm. So you have a think and you tell me a little bit about the platform, and if it's not only you in your home area, who else is also using Keynote, or do they come to you and then you tell them the information that you have seen on Keynote?
We have 3 counties, Marsabit and Isiolo and
Wajir, is it?
Siwajir.
Garissa or?
Eldoniro or? Yeah.
So it's being used by a very big area.
Yeah.
That's very good to hear. And again, we hear the phone is the main technology being used. We heard from the people of Makueni that the phone is again something very important. And the same thing even with Calro and with the meteorological department. It's too bad that Safaricom and Airtel are not here, so they can hear how the phones have really changed everybody's life. Bwana Ibrahim Abdullahi, please, could you tell us a little bit more about how the counties are supporting community rangeland management?
Counties are supporting the rangeland management approach, and sometimes they finance the capacity building of rangeland management institutions, that is the rangeland management committee. And so far, Wajir County has 30 wards, and so far around 11 wards are doing participatory rangeland management. So it is the mandate of the county government to provide guidance and oversight in the implementation of rangeland management. And as you know, it is community-led, so we need to do guidance and oversight. Yeah. Also, the county governments are providing the legal frameworks in the establishment and operation of those rangeland management institutions. They also provide, maybe sometimes around the border, there are conflicts as a result of maybe use of the rangeland resources. So the county government chips in to provide, they provide peace building missions. Yeah.
Thank you for that. And then I have a question for you, Mr. Gaugalo. How does this market information, right, the one that you are accessing as KLMC, how does that help in climate adaptation, especially when it comes to rangeland management?
Thank you. First, we say pastoralists believe what they see. If they don't see anything, they don't take it from you, because pastoralists, they believe what they see. And from AICCRA and the NLMIS server, the pastoralists, they use that information. How? Because we say the livestock market information is becoming the media for early warning systems. In that, I'm saying early warning system means livestock grading. We used to grade livestock on the basis of the body conformity of that animal. So if you use that body condition to make that livestock grading, that means now we have four grades of livestock for big animals, for bovines, cattle, camel, and donkey. So we have up to 4 grades: grade 1, grade 2, grade 3. All those grades have their characteristics. So if you follow that characteristics, after now, from grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, you will see the differences. So it will make now them to use for early warning systems, like the NDMA are using their flags, red, yellow, green. So it's just like that one now we are using to give them early warning systems. Thank you. And another thing is that the use of mobile phones has changed to be the paperless work, because we use mobile phones, we don't use papers. Before, during CASNet, during CASNet, and also in the NLMIS systems, we use data sheets. And that data sheet that we are using, if we don't know, it is affecting us so much, because these papers that we are using, it is being white because there are some chemicals which are being used to make it white. And if you ban those papers or those sheets, it will affect the health and the environmental side. So while using the mobile phones, we are now getting rid of using papers, which is now hazardous to our health and also the environment.
Thank you for that. And to our esteemed treasurer, I have a question about how you're using technology to bring all these different stakeholders that are part of the Rangeland Management Committee. Could you tell us a bit about that?
Thank you. Engaging stakeholders in PRM or participatory range management. One, we could engage them through local administration and barazas, like county administrator, sub-county administrator, town administrator, ward administrators. Those are the administrations now. And in case of any emergency in grazing areas, now we engage them and we bring them on board. And number 2, we include them in PRM planning. In planning, they are now. We bring them on board in creating a plan or on PRM. When we are when members and officials, officials of regional management committees are trying to come up with a plan, we do bring them on board. Thirdly, engage them in implementation of law enforcement. Rangeland grazing areas, we cannot manage them unless we have law enforcement. So by implementing that the law, we also consider the stakeholders. Regular meetings, through regular meetings. We had regular meetings with them. Also capacity building and trainings of stakeholders, like local communities. And also involving them all activities in rangeland. Activities, every activities or all activities. Awareness campaign, neighboring communities. As now Wajir, we are now neighboring to Isiolo County and Marsabit County. Wajir West Sub-County, we are neighboring to Eldas Sub-County. So activities, in every activities, we call them and bring them on board. Awareness, regional management agreement on resource use, Those pastoralists, when they're using resource, there might be conflicts in between the pastoralists, because the one who has the camel, or the one who is now looking after camel, don't want to live with the other one who is now having cattle. So as a result, there must be conflicts. So regional management committees are always ready to face such challenges and to stop in case of any conflicts.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll talk a little bit more about that. I have been informed that one of our other panelists has joined us. So if Ken Otieno could come up to the stage. Ken Otieno. And as you come up, you'll tell us a fun fact about yourself that's not going to be found on a bio on LinkedIn. Are you going to tell us a fun fact about yourself?
Yeah, the fun fact is that I'm coming in late.
No, that we can see.
But I was here as early as 9.
Oh. Well, karibu. Better late than never is, I think, the saying. But we'll allow Ken to speak. Yeah? So, if you could share the mic. Ken, please introduce yourself to us and tell us a little bit about Reconcile and the work that's been going on with ICCRA.
Thank you, Wangeshi. And my name is Ken Otieno. I work with Reconcile. Reconcile is Resource Conflict Institute. We are a research policy organization. We work in Eastern Africa, and our core areas of work revolves around rangelands through 4 livelihoods, that is agriculture, pastoralism, fisheries, and forestry. And we work with ICCRA through different initiatives. We've worked with ILRI for the last more than 11 or 12 years now. And the work around ICCRA is in Wajir and Baringo.
Okay. Since you have the microphone, could you tell us a little bit more about some of the technical and institutional capacity strengthening that Reconcile has been doing?
Thank you. Firstly, we were one of the organizations to start piloting participatory rangelands management in Kenya with the ILRI. And this participatory rangelands management is a process that is underpinned by 3 main issues: planning, implementation, negotiation. But then the most important thing is that as the name defines itself, we are not providing lead in terms of what is supposed to happen, but then communities lead and are given technical support. And this is done through working around enabling policy environment. This is done through strengthening capacity and institutions. This is done through creating an opportunity, skills, and knowledge for communities in planning. But also, it's a fuse in terms of putting science into practice, because you do rangelands restoration, but then you are not doing this through a science-led process, but you're doing this through community existing institutions. So the major things that we can say as, milestones that we can talk about in the last 5 or 6 years in our piloting process is that we and ILRI led into the rolling out and the delivery of spatial management, the spatial planning guidelines in the country, which is the first one for itself. And we have also developed rangelands manual which are now being used by counties. We have also managed to create an opportunity where county governments and national government have both seen the usefulness of rangelands restoration and therefore integrating participatory rangelands management concept within the integrated county development plans, which is a critical thing. So these are things that are happening, and also this is done in a very structured way where you have the county at the technical level, and then you have the county at the political level, but then you also have the county at its executive level getting involved in these processes.
Thank you for that, Ken. I'm very happy to hear you mention CIDP because we have our representative right here from Wajir County. But also, everybody here is a stakeholder in their respective counties. So if you could tell us a little bit more about how rangeland management, whether it is members of a committee or whether it is people who are involved in fodder production, or whether it is others like those in marketing, how are they participating in CIDP? And is there a space for them to participate in CIDP and talk about some of the issues that they're having with rangeland management?
Thank you, Wangechi.
No, actually, the question is for Wajir County. Thank you. For him.
Please come again.
Yes. So how you have all these different stakeholders at the panel represented? Yes. We've heard from Ken that there's actually quite a lot of policy work that is going on with Reconcile, and that these policy documents are being used at CIDP level, at county level, to inform CIDP. So could you tell us a little bit about how you're bringing in the pastoral management programs into the stakeholder conversation or the baraza that is discussing CIDP?
I think when it comes to CIDP, County Integrated Development Planning, it is participatory, and maybe the views of different stakeholders are harmonized in that CIDP. So maybe at the community level, their priority issues are gathered, and then maybe to other stakeholders, they also offered a chance maybe to present their priorities. And finally, when a document is being developed, all those issues are being harmonized, and then it becomes a CIDP. That's my opinion.
Thank you. Panajilo, would you like to add a little bit about how the livestock management organization, how they contribute to the stakeholder involvement and the stakeholder voice when it comes to rangeland management, or even when it comes to reviewing and making their voices heard when there is a CIDP meeting?
Thank you. Before I answer your question, I have three more answers to the previous one that I have not answered. The first one is decision making for the researchers and the policy makers. When we use livestock market information, it helps them to do their policy briefs, but now they can take it to the relevant people for consumption. That one helps them. Then the second one is that when we collect market data, the market information system, the market information that is being collected, it helps the county government in increasing their revenue, because the volumes of livestock that has been sold, that came to the livestock market and that has been sold, is in that data which is being collected. So if you before we don't compare the market data and the amounts which has been collected. Of recent, we used to compare the livestock market data collected and the revenue collected by the county government. Now, which is now for some few months ago or 1 year ago, it's now going in tandem with each other, because now the county government, the data clerks, the clerks who are collecting money on behalf of the county government, they are afraid of now the monitors who are collecting or the contributors who are collecting data. Thank you. And then the last one is that for livestock marketing information, it is accurate, timely, and cost-effective. For the pastoralists, farmers, and the traders, they are using this market information to transact, to do business, making it to reduce hard that they are using, that they are having. Because if now you get a lot of money from the livestock, from the sale of livestock, then now you are being prompted to go and sell the others that you have, so that you can capable of maintaining the livestock that you are having. And then the other one is that on that note, there is also a use of fodder production. In that one now, if you look at the livestock markets, we have fodder production. The animals are being given fodder in that livestock market. Thank you very much. And then for the part that you have asked me a few minutes ago, is that as Kenya Livestock Marketing Council, we are the voice of pastoralists. We are working in 16 ASAL counties. And we have in those ASAL counties, 16 ASAL counties, we have our branches in those ASAL counties, which are representing them at the county level, at the sub-county level. So we have the members. We take that, if it is policy, if it's any bills, we take them to the pastoralists, so that now we teach them, this bill says this, it says like this, so that now the pastoralists can see for themselves. They hear and then they make decisions for themselves. So we are partnering with the county government, we are partnering with the CGR partners, we are partnering with the other development partners, so that now the dream of making this pastoralist come true. And then for your information, nowadays, pastoralists, they are not keeping livestock for prestige. They are keeping livestock for business because of using the market information. Thank you.
Thank you. That's that's where a mindset change. We were talking about changing mindsets before the break, and Phoebe talked about that, talking about the mindset change. So it's very good to hear that that has been the mindset change, that having smooth markets has allowed pastoralists to recognize that, you know, you can keep livestock for prestige, but you can also keep it for a business, and it is a smooth running business.
Wangeshi, another thing is that, sorry for interrupting, another thing is that personally where I'm sitting, I'm fond of teaching farmers, capacity building farmers. Whether I get anything or I don't receive anything, my passion is to teach farmers. As Madam Phoebe was saying in the morning, my first program that I entered into was a accounting technician certificate. I started from that one. But later, I changed my mind. I went to ICT. Now I have bachelor's degree in IT, and now I want to further it to big data, masters in big data. The farmers, the pastoralists, need to change their mindset in good practices in livestock sector, like the one of feedlot systems, which gives them a lot of money and also reduces the risks to the shocks to the environment. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to have a round of parting shots, and we will begin with you over here, our esteemed treasurer, Bwana Mohammed Ali Ahmed. Give us your parting comment, please.
Mine is just to thank you first, and AICCRA. I have nothing much to say. I'm just saying thank you. The program is well, and I have learned a lot today, that we were doing a very good job being a treasurer and being a member of Rangeland Management Committee is a great job. That's what I have learned today, and I'm ready to continue and to have, to create peace and harmony among the pastoralists, and learn and teach them how to stay together and live together and graze together and move together in everywhere, and trying to have a continuous dialogue with my neighbors. I have learned a lot. Thank you, all of you, my fellow colleagues, and especially AICCRA and Reconcile. Thank you very much. Thank you, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that parting shot. And then now we're going to hear from you, Madam Kabala.
Just vote of thanks.
Or even just anything you want to finish off this panel with. If there was something you wanted to say that you didn't get a chance to say, or what is the message to all the AICCRA partners who are here today?
Cabinet creates the job for me as a person. And I gain more skill doing my work in a very keen way so as my submission work to be approved, which is a motivation factor for me.
Thank you. So you would want that work to continue with AICCRA 2.0. So AICCRA partners, I hope you have heard that. Yes. Please go ahead. Give us your parting shot.
Thank you, colleagues, all of you. Thank you for inviting us to this very important forum. I take this opportunity also to thank AICCRA, and in particular, AICCRA and these partners, ILRI and Reconcile, who are doing a piloting project in Loboguerrero County. I'm looking forward for, I can recognize some faces who visited us in Wajir, Kwakwa, Christian, Ken. I'm looking forward for, if it's not possible, all of you, maybe some other few members of this hall now, to visit Wajir so that you can have a taste of camel milk and camel meat. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. We'll take you up on that offer. I know I will. Please go ahead, Ken. Give us your parting shot.
Thank you. I think the whole CGI initiatives is about innovation. So for me, innovation for resilience should be built on around 4 things for me, because we're talking about agriculture, crop production, livestock production. And one is that we are talking about people, we are talking about environment, we are talking about livestock. And therefore, we need to see how we build resilience around people based on adaptive capacity that is sustainable and which is innovative. The second one is we cannot achieve much around land. I mean, we cannot achieve much around production system if we don't have a sustainable or secure tenure system for land. And if we don't have, rangelands that is functional. And therefore, a lot of investment needs to be done there around that. And therefore, when we're talking about resilience, and we're talking about innovation, technology, and so on and so forth, let's put our investment there. The third one for me is we are appreciating that all this can only function when we have functional governance structures, whether at the formal, informal level. And therefore, it is important for adaptation to take root that we invest in governance. And lastly, I think inclusion is fundamental. I had in the morning discussions or mention of intersectionality. And all these things are important, but unless we find a mechanism and a framework through which we build the conversation around innovation to make this, give some life to them, then we'll be having, farmers with short hands and, short pockets. But if we want to see farmer that is active than you can. Rather have a farmer with a short hand with deep pockets.
Thank you, Ken. Wanna go?
Thank you.
Parting shot.
I'm much humbled. On the side of market information, before we came to use of this market information, the markets is being dominated by middlemen and cartels who are dictating the livestock prices for the farmers or the producers. Now that we have started this innovative idea of market information collection through the Cabinet and or use of mobile phones, let's not leave it like that, because now we have left the cartels and the middlemen to be toothless dogs. If you leave it like that, they will go back to the livestock markets to again manipulate the farmers. So I think we need to improve further this livestock market information so that now the pastoralists can get the benefit from their livestock. Thank you.
A big round of applause to our panelists. We've been challenged and asked to look at a few things, including the free flow of information, transparency, the use of technology, linking up markets and producers and consumers in a manner that is more transparent and that is open, and that a manner that is inclusive. We heard about how inclusivity and communication can also reduce conflict. And this is also something for us to bear in mind as we proceed with ICCRA 2.0. Thank you all very much for your time today. And to the rest of us, please remember that we do have our Menti going. Please put in your comments and your questions. And once again, another round of applause for our panel right now. While the others come up, please, all of you stand. We're going to do a little clapping because I think you may have had several snacks at tea time. So let's stand, let's stand, let's stand. I'm not going to make you spell or do anything, but have your hands free because we're going to clap. So I was told, I have it on good authority, that apparently this came from Cameroon, but I don't know the language. But we're going to do some claps. So when I clap one, yes, it's Atama. So I say Atama, you clap one. Atama, Atama. Very nice. And then now, 4 claps is Labako. So Labako is 4 claps. Are you ready? Labako. Labako. Atama, Atama. Labako. Good. Now we're going to do Abirinya. Abirinya is 10 claps. So we do 10 claps this way, and then we do 10 claps this way. Yeah? Are you ready for Abirinya? Abirinya. Abirinya. There's something happening with that Abirinya. So, Atama, Atama, Labako, Labako, Atama, Atama, Labako, Abirinya, Abirinya. Yes, now you can give yourselves a round of applause for doing it nicely. Thank you so much. Get into our last panel for this afternoon, and I would like to, let me come down, it's easier. I would like to invite our panelists to come up onto the stage. And, you know, this is also going to be another interesting panel. I had so many questions. So please take advantage of the fact that we've got Menti, and we can be able to put in those extra questions on the Mentimeter. We've got 28180-995 as the code. I can see right now that, you know, there's a couple of questions and a few comments.
This is a good one. Is ICCRA doing anything to promote resilient livestock breeds or changes in herd composition? So that herd composition one is a good one, because of course different animals require different amounts of fodder and different amounts of water. So hopefully you'll be able to catch some of the people from the previous panel, and we can hear from them about the answer to that. So for now, we're going to talk about an enabling environment for climate action. And we have the pleasure of having Professor Dorothy Amwata from Murang'a University. Thank you, Professor. And as she comes up, remember we're talking about those conversations. So Professor Amwata is a mentor. She likes to mentor young women and girls, and especially young girls in STEM, to encourage them to stay within the sciences. We've been talking about intersectionality and inclusion, and that's one of the areas in which she plays her part. We also have Dr. Mwamburi Mcharo from Taita Taveta University. He actually was one of the people who created the first accredited master's curriculum for climate smart agriculture. So karibu sana daktari. We also have Julius Bano from the National Treasury. We were talking during the break about what my contribution has been, or whether what my distribution of income has been. I said, yes, it's there. You're distributing it because I'm paying taxes. And Treasury is telling us where the money is going to go. So karibu sana, Julius. We can't wait to hear about the all this climate action that's taking place in the country. We also have, I don't know if Emma Muranguri has made it from the Ministry of Agriculture. Emma Muragiri? No? Okay. All right then. So this is our panel for this afternoon. Thank you all so much for being with us. Let me leave these here and switch this one off.
We might get a bit of that through osmosis, so we can't be too far away. So we'll do a round of brief introductions, and then we have our timekeeper there who's always flagging to us when we're going over time. But please tell us a little bit about your work and how you've been doing that in relation to, yes?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Professor Dorothy Amwata. I'm an associate professor at Murang'a University of Technology and also the Dean School of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences. So Murang'a University supports research, teaching, training, and outreach. As part of ICCRA, we've been working with ICCRA to support climate smart agriculture, and through their support, I really want to appreciate and thank them for enabling us to be able to make big steps in climate smart agriculture. So through their support, we have also been able to have various networks that have come in because of the work that we have done with them. One of them, if I would mention, is Usiku Games, that is promoting and enticing youth to use games for promoting sustainable agricultural practices. In addition, we have also had an opportunity to be supported by European Union to develop a program on climate smart engineering. So as you see, climate change is not just within agriculture sector only, it cuts across other sectors. And because of that, we have really been privileged to have worked with ICCRA and even built our capacity in the gaps that we had on issues of climate modeling. As part of their support, we have developed a master's program in climate smart agriculture and also developed short courses, 6 short courses on climate change modeling in agri-food systems. We have also developed a short course, which is will start in July. Already the advert is out, so that we are able to build the critical mass of experts on climate-smart agriculture. Thank you.
Professor. We're going to go first to Julius so that his remarks and his introduction can be between the two professors. Yes? So, Julius, go ahead.
Thank you for saving me. I was worried about speaking after two professors. My name is Julius Barno. I work for the National Treasury and Economic Planning in a program called the FLOCA, Financing Locally Led Climate Action. I'd like to thank ICCRA for inviting me to this event. At the National Treasury, at the FLOCA, we have done some work with ICCRA, and they initially were invited to an activity in Makueni and Taita Taveta for some multi-stakeholder forum where we met farmers and were involved in some training. And because FLOCA is about financing climate actions, what was going on really interested us. In FLOCA, we have, in every ward in this country, and there are 1,450 plus wards in this country, there has been developed a participatory report, a resilience, a climate vulnerability assessment report in every, which we are calling the PCRA, in every ward. So very shortly we will be having that on the website, and this is useful because it says, it speaks to what the communities at the local level have identified as their vulnerabilities, their climate risk assessment, and their proposals for resilience programs to those vulnerabilities. And every county has then put together those PCRAs and developed a 5-year climate action plan, which is then built together to form the National Climate Action Plan. So this is the context in which then we work with ICCRA in the 2 counties I referred to. I think there's one more that we still have to go to. And these build our relationship further. Into the future, into the medium term, we hope to work with ICCRA in particularly 4 areas. The first area is helping the farmers, because one of the things that came from the climate change action plans, the investment proposals that were made by farmers, by the people in the counties, are largely in climate smart agriculture, in water and environment. And this is the place where ICCRA is very strong. So we hope to have ICCRA helping our farmers develop bankable proposals with a climate change orientation, because that's a gap we saw immediately, and that's something that ICCRA can come in. The other area that we are hoping to work with ICCRA is in the, and Professor there is helping us from ICCRA, in developing a resilience matrix, because we hope to be able to measure a resilience into the, that's a long-term objective of FLOCA. And we hope to work with ICCRA to achieve that. And finally, we hope to have continuous capacity building for farmers in the counties. Thank you very much.
So Julius, you'll tell us a bit more about how that will be practically rolled out. But first, let's hear from Professor Mcharo. Tafadhali, the floor is yours.
Asante. Thank you, Wangeshi. My name is Mwamburi Mcharo from Taita Taveta University. I'm the Dean of the School of Agriculture, Earth and Environmental Sciences. My university is somewhere near Voi, hot and dry. The School of Agriculture is on a hill nearby, about 1,000 meters higher, and the difference in temperature can be about 10 degrees centigrade. So almost on a daily basis, I experience climate change. And what that means is that the opportunity to develop programs that are relevant to climate smart with ICCRA was timely. And so what have we done with ICCRA? We have developed 3 programs, Masters in Climate Smart Agriculture, just like my colleague, Professor Mwata said. We've also developed a Master's in Rangeland Ecosystem Management and a Bachelor's in Rangeland Ecosystem Management. The 2 Master's programs have students and they're ongoing, they've been accredited, and the Bachelor's one also. So we are waiting for the Kenya Universities and College Placement Service to let us know how many students they've given us. The other thing that we've done with ICCRA is that last season, we were promoting climate smart technologies, drought resilient crops, agronomic practices in Taveta, in Mwatate, using the Farmer Field School model. And that was quite exciting to the farmers. Actually, around March, they were asking us, are you coming back? Are you coming back? And so we hope that we can continue that conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. I think these are very exciting developments as far as curricula is concerned. So it's really good to hear that agriculture has now gone back to being something that is valued and viewed as a university curricula, because I remember I'm a product of 844, and for us we had to do agriculture in primary school, and it was very, very practical. We're not seeing it with the current CBC track, and it sort of went missing for a while there. And so how do you then create that pipeline for these new curricula that have been created? Where do you see that coming from? Where do you see that that pipeline of students being developed within our current education system? And we can start with you, and then we'll go over to Professor Mwata.
All right. Thank you very much. One of the things that's being emphasized in the CBC, although it's yet to pick up, is actually that practical aspect, and ensuring that the subject of agriculture is part and parcel of the main curriculum. What can we do? One of the things that we want to get into strongly is the 4K clubs, both at the primary and high school levels. Currently, for instance, every July, August, I host one of the schools in my center, whereby they go through a 2-3 day intensive practical program before their exams. But we want to go beyond that, so that we are involved in the 4K clubs where they are not there, assist the schools to do that, and engage with the teachers also in improving their skills. But in addition to that, we have a specific program, Bachelor of Science in Agricultural Education and Extension, and that one is going to contribute greatly towards providing teachers for agricultural education.
Professor Mwata, if you could touch on that a little bit, and while you do that, I do have if you could also talk a little bit about the use of technology in this new curricula that's being developed.
Thank you very much. In terms of the question you have asked on agriculture and the practicals, this is a gap that has really been identified even through our universities. You find that there are certain universities, I will not be able to mention, that give practical a priority. And when you go to the job market, the employers are looking forward to these graduates. These are gaps that the university has noted, and currently, as we review our programs, our school at Murang'a University of Technology, that is the School of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences, is a very young school, but is very practical oriented now. We have our first years at main campus, but the second years, third years, and fourth years, they go to our field station, which is Marira campus. And in Marira campus, Wednesdays and Fridays are majorly for practicals. We have the student-led extension where they are able to interact with the communities just to get to know the kind of enterprises they are doing. They do a report and make recommendations. And we've been working closely with the county agricultural officer and the sub-county agricultural officers in where the campus, our field station is located In terms of the current curriculum on CBC, agriculture is one of the pathways that will be pursued under applied sciences. So basically, we need to prepare our universities or our learning institutions to align so that when we get the senior school graduates, or after they complete their senior school, when they join the universities and they have to follow that pathway, it will be good that we develop our infrastructure and systems for the practicals. And I see already UNESCO is already having a network of high school support for climate change education. And that is something that can really benefit this network of those who are doing climate change and agricultural areas.
Thank you, Professor. So Julius, FLOCA, which is the financing locally led climate adaptation program that you talked about, has actually gotten a lot of international attention. Yeah? And this is really seen as an innovative funding mechanism for climate action. We heard from our earlier panelists that people want to see what is done. Enough with the talking, we must see. And even our late Nobel laureate, Professor Wangari Maathai, said, until you plant a tree, the rest of it is just talk. So how is this technology discussion, how is this technology use and these climate information services, how do those lend themselves to the work that FLOCA is doing?
So thank you very much. Permit me to say that listening in today and seeing the stakeholders in this forum, I was somewhat disappointed we didn't invite more senior people in FLOCA than Barno, because I think they all need this information. I was seeing the number of stakeholders. I saw the women in agriculture. We are rolling out programs in the counties, in every single county, and I would love that the women in agriculture then engage with those women, because that is one measurable result area for FLOCA. I saw KMD, all the PCRAs, the participatory climate risk assessments that I alluded to, that were developed for every county, have 2 or 3 pages dedicated to what KMD is doing. I saw CalRO. The technologies that CalRO is rolling out, we had a meeting with them last week, and they have amazing technologies that are climate smart, that we're hoping can reticulate to the individual farmers. And in other words, the opportunity, we have, I saw a number of panelists who came probably before me in agriculture. Now, the way FLOCA is structured is apart at the very top is the steering committee comprising the permanent secretaries, principal secretaries. Then at the mid level, there are the technical experts from these various ministries, departments, and agencies who are represented today. And so they are the ones who actually run FLOCA. The intention is that CalRO gets to get the technology to farmers in all the 45 counties. KMD then gets to influence all the PCRAs, all the action plans done by the counties. And now we have ICCRA with their specialty in what we're really interested in, helping farmers develop bankable proposals with a climate change orientation, helping us develop, actually the next frontier is getting this resilience matrix. So you see, all this comes together, which is what I was saying, I hope a bigger team had come, including the PS himself, to listen in, because like you rightly said, it is a program of the moment. Everybody from the president to the PS to the CS. Last week, the CS was in Machakos, planting trees and talking about FLOCA. So I will escalate the message, and hopefully we will engage a little more with ICCRA in that regard.
In very practical terms, you see we've got Phoebe here, we've got the Women Farmers Association here, we have the pastoralists. If they wanted to tap into this FLOCA mechanism, you talk about bankable business plans. They've told us that they're accessing markets, they know where their markets are, perhaps they wish to expand. And so whatever it is they're doing is certainly bankable. if they come to you with their bankable business plans, how do they tap into that FLOCA mechanism?
So, like I said, the FLOCA model is based at the ward. And so everybody who wants to be involved in FLOCA has to begin at the ward. It has to be, it's about communities. There is no project that is implemented at FLOCA that does not find provenance in some PCRA. So, and I expect therefore, or I actually suspect that very many of the farmers who are based in the north have engaged with FLOCA. And if they haven't, please don't tell anybody, just tell it to me so that I can make sure that it is they are involved, because we actually hope that the kind of work they're doing finds its way to FLOCA. And there's something you mentioned, because the intention is that the action plan that is done by FLOCA is actually integrated into the CIDP so that it's part of the county planning process, and it is budgeted for in a sustainable manner into the future. So all the programs, all the the idea is begin at the ward, find its way to the action plan, the county action plan, and therefore the CIDP, and therefore funded through the normal. Now the difference with FLOCA is that the funds for FLOCA are in a special purpose account. In other words, they are not mixed with funds, the other funds of the county, even though they are spent within the framework of the county, the PFM Act and the CIDP, but the funds for FLOCA are dedicated funds, so they cannot be used for anything else. And so the kind of climate smart programs that were suggested here can all find funding in FLOCA. This year, about a month ago, all counties received funds. The highest amount of money received by a county, which I think is Bungoma, is about 450 million. And the lowest amount received by a county, well, I think it was about 90 million. Now, I need to add that FLOCA is a P4R. It's a program for results. So, counties are rewarded depending on how on their contribution and on how they invest the money they have. So, first of all, they have to dedicate their own resources, and then there's a top-up, and then how they spend this money then informs how much money the next. So potentially in the next disbursements, one county could get 1 billion shillings, while another county gets 20 million, depending on how they have performed. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I hope you've all heard 450 million was awarded to a single county. So let's go ahead and hold our leaders accountable and continue using this bridge of research, technology, and policy to get us into climate action. So we're looking at the time, and we've ran over. Thank you all for being so patient. I'm going to ask you all to give us a parting shot as we wrap up this last panel, and we shall begin with you, Professor Mwata. Please.
Thank you very much to all for listening. And in a very special way, I really want to appreciate ICCRA and the partners who supported us in our project. One thing, I would want to talk about the 3 things, but they'll be brief. One, through ICCRA, we have developed various programs. Could there be an opportunity to network all these programs so that we build a bigger regional program that you can have an opportunity to be in the dry land, you have an opportunity to be in the humid and sub-humid areas. I know there's a climate smart agriculture program also in Ethiopia. How do we consolidate this into a network that we can train the entire continent? 2, we already have programs, both short courses and the academic programs. I know you have your networks. These are our potential clients. I want to request if ICCRA can put seed money to support the first batch of students, and also to market the program so that it's part of capacity building. I know, like Phoebe has been talking about the experience of doing it. They can go a notch higher by just getting enrolled in a program. Like now we have a program on climate financing for agri-food systems. Could be tailored to them so that they're able to see how can they access the money that is under FLOCA. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Just 2 things. One, I echo what my colleague has said. Universities are some of the biggest beggars. We beg for scholarships. So we have programs. We need them to be supported. We have the skills to do so. And the second and final thing, so we appreciate what AICCRA has really done to assist us to develop these programs. We are seeing great things ahead. The second one is probably an issue that has hardly been touched on, but it's an area that we as Taita Taveta University are really thinking that we should get into big time. My university is surrounded by 1 million acres of ranches. The head of cattle are probably anything between 100 and 200,000 of them. The closest public diagnostic lab for animal health is probably 150 kilometers away in Mariakani, somewhere near Mombasa. To the west, it's somewhere either in Kitui or Nairobi. What does that mean? What that means is that there's hardly any animal health service that's being provided in that large area, including the national park where KWS needs that. And so we sat down together with my colleagues. We developed a draft curriculum on certificate, diploma, and bachelor's in animal health and production. And when we were just about to take them forward, we realized, wait, they will not be approved until Kenya Veterinary Board sees that we have the lab facilities. And we said, okay, we've stopped here. But what am I saying? Maybe AICCRA is an opportunity to develop such a facility. And why not? Because the return on investment in animal health is big time. So I think I'm opening an opportunity here for us to think about animal health is not just about treatment of animals, but also developing new breeds, a question that was asked there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Really, Julius, I am shocked. But another round of applause to our esteemed panel. I really appreciate the challenge that you've given us, especially that one because Katie had mentioned about the return on investment when it comes to extension. And this is taking it the next step and really looking at this from a livestock perspective. And the fact that this is also a lab that would serve even conservancies like Lewa, who were on a previous panel. So really thank you for that. We're going to be looking for our representatives at ward level to tap into FLOCA. And we're also going to be looking at different curricula and even short courses that are now being provided when it comes to climate smart agriculture, but also climate information services. So thank you all so much for your time and your contribution. And we will be turning it over again to our closing speaker. But before we do that, please, again, go to Mentimeter. Even if you don't see it up here, it's still on the same, menti.com or mentimeter.com. It'll both get you to the same place. And it's 2818-0995. And you can give your comments or you can ask your questions, especially to that last panel that spoke to us just now. We'll clear this out in a little bit as we wait to hear from our closing speaker. And while we do that, no, these haven't come up yet. While we do that, we will we'll see if we can get a few bits on Menti up.
All right, thank you everyone. It's been a very rich day, morning. It's very difficult to close such a diverse and rich session. What can be said after so much that has been said? I know these kind of things, there are always a lot of questions at the end, and more questions than we have time to field. I hope that everyone who's sticking around for lunch will take the opportunity to approach anyone for whom they have questions, be it one of our partners and panelists, be it some of the CG scientists who've been working in this space, the World Bank team who's here, or the ICCRA international team, not just from Kenya. The content of today has run all the way from farms to the Treasury. We've covered a lot of points in between at county administrative levels. One thing that really struck me at the beginning of this session was something that Sheena from Kuza Biashara had said about its people plus platform. This gets to maybe back to my intro remarks that yes, we have technology platforms, be they digital information platforms or also just technology and agronomic practices as platforms. But the platform without the people doesn't go very far. And I think she was referring to the Kuza Biashara digital platform. But when I listened to the presentation subsequently about the climate resilient agriculture, about climate resilient livestock systems, even about FLOCA and universities, the people plus platform thread, I think, carries through very well. We have educational platforms, we have technological platforms, we have digital information exchange platforms, but what brings them alive and makes them effective is the way people engage with them and the way they engage with people. Again, bringing back Sheena's comments, the three elements that she said they look for were dignity, agency, and choice. This isn't, I think none of this is about people adopting the things that we tell them to because we tell them to. That's not what's supposed to happen here. What should happen is that we present an array of options. We present and engage with people about the merits and demands of those options to give people choice, to enable them to exert their own agency in deciding what works for them, how, why, and when. And again, I think that spans everything from the agriculture to the pastoralism to educational opportunities, etc. So people plus platform, dignity, agency, and choice, I think are good concepts and principles around which to reflect and act within the ICCRA project. As we move forward, we're trying to go from strength to strength to build on the successes that we had and the relationships that we've built, the collaborations between the ICCRA team members and our collaborators. But also I would emphasize between our collaborators and our other collaborators. That's what's going to make this work sustainable in the long run. As we draw to a close again, please approach me, approach the panelists, approach the other ICCRA scientists who are here to follow up with questions. Come up and scan the QR code to read our annual report to see in greater depth what we've accomplished to present. Finally, I'd like to close by a round of thanks. An event like this doesn't come off without a lot of inputs, starting with a large thanks to all of our panelists who've contributed their time today, sharing their experience. I'd like to thank all of the guests and partners who've come to participate in the audience. Obviously, our colleagues from the World Bank for supporting the ICCRA project. Especially a big round of applause for Wangeshi, our facilitator and moderator today. Brought the entire conversation alive. And finally, to all the support teams, both here at KICC, but also through the CG, the ICCRA team, the ILRI team, who've been working in the background to make things go so smoothly. At that, I think I don't want to stand between people and their lunch. But please, this closing of the event right now is not closing of the conversation. This is the beginning of the conversation, both today across a lunch, tomorrow when we follow up with emails and calls, and over the course of the next months and years as we work on the material and the engagements that have brought ICCRA so far to present. Thank you all for coming, and until the next time.
Hi everybody, lunch is going to be, you'll be directed to where we're having lunch. So as you exit, you'll receive a voucher from our colleagues and they'll direct you to where we're having lunch. Please make sure you stay for lunch.